Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, honorable members. We shall continue the discussion of the presentations. The honorable members, when the suspension was made, we were on order number 10, and to that we shall resume. Honorable member for St. Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I want to take this opportunity to thank the good people of the constituency of St. Andrew for reposing their confidence in me. Those people of Orangehill and Hillaby and Belplain and all the wider parts of this constituency of St. Andrew always take the opportunity to let me know how much they appreciate me being here and the fact that I now have a voice for persons within that constituency. I also want to take the opportunity to thank my predecessor, George Payne. No, we're not supposed to call names, but I don't think he will mind that I thank him, my colleagues and leadership of this party for giving me a platform on which to speak. I would also want to add my voice in commending the member for Christchurch South Central for East Central, for presenting an impactful budget presentation that not only dealt with mere numbers, but really set out a roadmap for the future of Barbados, especially as it relates to those, and I mention this because I have a passion for this, those persons living, those vulnerable persons in this country, including the disabled, and especially the children, which I want to speak to in my presentation. But before I get to that, I want to address some things that were mentioned by the member for Christchurch South in his marathon presentation. He had very little to say about the road infrastructure in this country, very little to say. And there's a reason for that, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's a reason he had very little to say. But he took the trouble to find one issue, highlight one issue that might have bedeviled us in our road construction drive. Maybe through our mill and pave program that he referred to as a necessary mill and pave program. In his mind, it wasn't necessary to fix the roads in this country. It was unnecessary. We could have just left them how they were, as far as he was concerned. They were fine with all the potholes, all the bumps. He had no problem with that. So fixing the roads was unnecessary as far as he was concerned. But then he made the point that in some cases, after we fix the road, that BWA or somebody may come back and dig at the road. Now these things happen. You set up to fix the road, you don't know, in many cases, what condition the mains or the pipes under there, you don't what condition they're in, you don't know, you can't possibly know. And we are fixing so many roads, it's almost inevitable that you'll find on a road or two that they may have a pipe or a main that might have been compromised. Madam Deputy Speaker, this year, 2025 would have been 30 years. But for the 10 years that I left to go and teach, 30 years that I worked in NTW, 30 years, started at the very bottom with a debushing gang on those crash programs. You used to call them a crash program back then. You go on for 3 months and you work for 3 months and, and then you keep you on for another 6 months, and before you know it, your ink start to dry out. All the while the people reminding you that your ink ain't dry yet. But then after a year or so, you start to believe, no, my ink might be drying. And then sometime, I think it was in 2008, we all got appointed. But I worked right through the system on the road. Then I went into the depot. Then from the depot, I went into buildings, then into the main ministry as an AO. And then from there, just at some point, came back as Paracet. And for periods in between there, was acting as minister. So I know that ministry right through. Came right through. So, and I can tell you, in all the 30 years that I've been there, I've never seen so many roads fixed in Barbados at any one time. Never seen it. Yet the member for Christchurch South will tell us that these roads were unnecessary. It was a knee-jerk reaction. Knee-jerk reaction? The people complain about potholes and they breaking off the wheels and so on. So no, it wasn't. It was a direct response to an issue that we were facing that came about as a direct response of a direct result of climate change. Because that's what it is. Our roads are no match to the changes that the climate is going through. It's just no match to climate change. We cannot keep up. We're always playing catch up. And in that instance, we try to catch up. And that was the issue for the member. And he said that roads are dug up. Sometimes, even in construction, you may have a situation where a road may be fine. A main may be fine, a pipe may be fine, is what I meant to say. And you use the heavy equipment because you have to roll the road, you know. You don't just dig it up and just put it down with it, pack it down with a shovel. You have to put a roller on there. And sometimes the vibrations from the roller, the compactor may compromise a pipe underneath there. That would have been otherwise fine had we not touched the road. And then it bursts. And you have to go back sometimes immediately afterwards and fix that. That's not something that we set up to do. We don't set up to do roads to go back and dig them up again. But these things happen. And you will notice it because there were so many roads being done. And that work continues to this day. We're still doing roads. Just as aggressively as we were doing last year, we are still continuing to do roads. And people notice the difference. In fact, at one point, last year, there was a time where people would leave their house. They would leave their homes, and they would go for a drive on Sundays just to see the new roads, just to experience the new roads. It was a thing. They came down to St. George. They came down into the country to St. Thomas, where we did some roads. They drove all about St. Michael. Wherever there were new roads, people would just go just to see the new roads. People are fascinated by new roads, you know. People like to see Barbara Green when it's black and brand new and smooth. There was an uptick in the more people wanting tennis courts, road tennis courts in their communities because people for the first thing could get road tennis courts painted in their communities. Because they had nice, flat, smooth road on which to paint them on, and fellas were painting them, and people were playing. That's why you were seeing an uptick in road tennis, you know. There's a direct correlation between good road and road tennis. And wherever most communities, I can tell you, certainly in St. Andrew, wherever we get good road, we got a road tennis court painted. In fact, I have a road in King Street that we're working on that the road is not even finished yet. And the guys already put in the order for a road tennis court as soon as it's finished. So there's a direct correlation. So it's just not just, and you know, when people have a sport or something to engage in, it keeps them out of idleness, out of trouble. So there's a direct correlation between that and some of the issues that we've been having in society because you need good roads. So for the member to say that it was unnecessary, it was a knee-jerk reaction, I don't think that he travels around Barbados. I don't think he understands Barbadians' issues. But that's him. But I just want to say that we will continue to build roads, repair roads, whether he thinks it's unnecessary or not. We in NTW and this government, we will continue to build roads, repair roads, because that's what the people deserve. That's what people ask for, and that's what they deserve. Proper roads to drive on. So I just wanted to make that point. Because it upset me that he would think that it was a knee-jerk reaction. It wasn't. And if you have to fix a road, no, because you know the infrastructure work is so complex that it's going to take another 4 or 5 years before you can even get into that road to fix that problem. And that road is taking 14,000 vehicles a day. You have to do that. You have to go and fix that road. You can't have people suffering and damaging their cars because you're waiting for the ideal time. There's never the ideal time to start a road. You have to go and make some repairs, and then that will hold you for a little while, and then you come back. Just like a house. So then you have a house and it has some damage, so then you have to go and take off a board and put on a board. Ideally, you like to fix the whole house, but you can't always fix the whole house. I mean, you have to fix part of the house. And then go on to when you find the money or find the resources, you fix the whole house. Same thing with roads. So you have to patch a hole, smooth up an area, make people comfortable for a time, and then we get the resources or the money, you come back and you fix the whole road. Simple. But he wouldn't know that, you see. Another thing he mentioned too that kind of bugged me, and I wondered because he made mention of regathering. Regathering is going on right now in St. Thomas. And he told the people at home and abroad from right here in this place to boycott regathering. Don't attend any of the events. It's partisan. Now, I don't know if the honorable member is from if he's from Yemen. I don't know if he's from Djibouti. I don't know if he's from Papua New Guinea, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I don't believe that he's from Barbados. Because to tell people to boycott a national event, an event that brings Bajans at home, abroad, from all parts of the world, to tell them to come home, come on home, and engage in some of the things that they missed out on when they were living in Europe and then living in North America and South America and Africa, to come back home and enjoy those things, to be together. At a time when people are pulling away, we are asking our people to come together. And for you, as the member for Christchurch South, to stand out here and tell people to boycott it, don't come. It's the most unpatriotic thing I've ever heard. Cannot be a Barbados-loving Bajan. He's not.
That's how he is.
He don't like the people in Barbados. I mean, he don't like people in Oysters. He don't like people in Christchurch South. He doesn't like Bajans. It doesn't seem so to me. Because I would not, regardless of where I stood in this house, tell people to boycott a national event. I would not. And then he's telling them to come to Cropover, but don't go to the other events. So I have to assume that he's telling them to don't come to my events, because Cropover is in August, and Regathering St. Andrew is also in August. So he's telling them not to come to my events. I don't know why he did the member, but obviously he's telling them to boycott my events. Of course, he's planning to boycott everybody's events, but he focused on mine. So I have to assume that he's telling people not to come down to St. Andrew to enjoy crab night, not to come down to St. Andrew to enjoy horseback riding and camping and hiking every weekend with the wellness explorers or the enlightened travelers. All these things that we do in St. Andrew every weekend, that we are inviting Barbadians to come down and enjoy. He's telling them not to come, to boycott it. Because I don't know if he thinks it's going to hurt me or hurt any one of you in here. It's not going to hurt us. Who is it hurting? When you tell people not to go to the event, who is it hurting? It's hurting the bars, the shopkeepers. It's hurting the artists, the taxi men, the DJs, event planners, the people who rent out the tents, the people who get their job cleaning up in front of the place because they're expecting people. Those are the small people in this country that make money from regathering events that he's telling them to boycott. Not me. Not any of you in here. So when he said boycott, that is these small people, these small man in the street, these man in the village that are trying to make a little dollar. That's who he's telling to boycott. Boycott the small man. That's what it is. I suppose he ain't telling people to boycott Oysters. No, cares nothing about them. So if he believed that when he said to boycott regathering that he's hurting me, or he's hurting the member for St. Thomas, he's not. He's not. He's hurting the small man, the shopkeeper. He let the DJ get a little job playing at the events. Because if he would go to any events, you know there's always a DJ, there's always music. You know, he hurt the artists that trying to showcase his talent. That's what we do at these events. We showcase talent. We bring young DJs. People open up little place selling sauce. We don't say, Lucia, he bought sauce. The member for St. Joseph was there. Everybody was there. These are the things you get to see parts of Barbados that you don't normally go to. I always wanted to go to Mount Gay. And I got to go free. There are parts of St. Andrew that people would love to go, but I've never been. Walker's Reserve is a good example. You get to go to these places. You get to do barefoot limes. All these things you're telling people to boycott. People that live in America and live in Europe in concrete jungles have not been to Barbados for years, and they get opportunity to come here and do Bajan things again, to pitch marbles again, to walk through the gully again. Are you telling them not to come? Because you think it could hurt us? No. What depraved people have experienced, don't do it. It's unpatriotic. Unpatriotic. So I'm encouraging all people and hearing my voice, whether at home or abroad, go out to the regathering events, enjoy regathering. It's for us. It's about us. If you're abroad, come along home. Enjoy being a Bajan again. Enjoy Bajan things. Don't pay the member for Christchurch South any mind. He's not patriotic. Doesn't care about Barbados or Barbadians or anything Barbadian. Let me just jump quickly into the budget because I know my time is limited. But I had to say what I had to say. I had to say. I mentioned earlier that this budget presentation really looked at the vulnerable. And there's a number of things that the government has done for the vulnerable. And a lot of them were mentioned yesterday by the member for St. Michael's South. I had them listed here, but I'm not going to get into them now because I don't have the time. But I'm going to look at the request by government and the encouragement by government for more persons to get into foster care, more foster parents. Now, overseas, we normally have situations where, in other jurisdictions, children go into foster care because of abuse, because of the home environment is normally dangerous. You see that in other jurisdictions. Here, there's that, but it's also because the parents aren't doing that well. Years ago, especially in the rural spaces, I don't know about in town, but I know in the country, you could have a situation where people see a parent struggling, a single mother struggling. Someone would take that child, and take that child home and raise that child as their own. And that child will reside in that house, and those children, and they will become its brothers and its sisters. Not a cent from the parent. They didn't request anything from the parent. They just felt the child needed a loving environment, and they would do it free of cost. That normally happens. Even in my own constituency, I meet people every day that grew up as children in houses where sometimes the mother brought them there to play with the children, realize that they play well and they like it there, and when it's time to go home, they don't want to go home. And the parents say, all right, if you want to stay here and it's okay, you can stay here. Because in most cases, the parents struggling can hardly take care of the child. The parent got to work, ain't got time to stay home with the child. And they allow the child to stay there, and stay there, sometimes they stay there till they're adults. Sometimes they leave when they're old enough to go, or they go back to help the parents who are sometimes getting a little older. So you get that. But you don't see that now like before. You don't see it like before. But there's still persons in communities with needs, still people living in abject poverty in communities that will still want that additional support. And if people are not voluntarily doing it like they used to, then I support the call by government for more persons to get involved in foster parenting, to more persons to get involved. And that is why I also support the fact that the stipend, the little stipend, the little $400 a month stipend for primary school children, or $440 a month for children a little older, that was increased to $200. Because $400 is not going to stretch in the same way that it stretched back in 2009 when that amount was stipulated. It just wouldn't. You can hardly buy anything with $400 now. If you're going to take a child, and you have to raise a child, with $400 a month extra, it's hardly enough. So I support what this government is doing in terms of increasing the money and asking more persons to get involved. There are a lot of people there, if they're only 16, I suspect they're only 16 in foster care now because more parents or more persons are not stepping up. They want to encourage them to step up. And there's training available. So if you don't know, or you think you don't know how to raise a child, then you have the opportunity to learn. Because if you become a foster parent, it's immediately, it's immediate. So you get that training session and you learn how to better deal with children because they're going to come with issues in many cases. Because sometimes they come out of broken homes in some cases. You may have to deal with that. But there's training for that. There's support for that. And that should not be a deterrent for anyone who sees a child, who wants to experience the joy of having a small child in your house. Because it's a joy to have a small child, or a child for that matter, in your house. Somebody that you can take care of, that you can love, that will love you back. It's an amazing experience. And we want to, persons who have never had the opportunity, to encourage them now to consider fostering a child. Consider it. Because the benefits for that child are amazing. And it's amazing now, it's interesting now that the peace program is now moved into the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, because now the good minister, a member for St. Michael's South, will now have the opportunity to treat to the problem when it's in its infancy, or deal with the problem if it's not treated, when it has matured and become an issue for the society. So everything now resides with the good minister. I know he's going to do a good job to ensuring that persons get the necessary support that they need to foster and care and love children, because it has a societal effect. It's not just the household, it has an impact on society. As I wrap up, I want to look at one last thing that I think would also impact the household. Household resilience. Now, I've had a short stint in BWA as the member responsible for that particular department at some point. And while I was there, I learned a lot. Also coming from a constituency where there's water issues, where there were major water issues, I understand the importance of resilience. Resilience at the level of the national level, where we have to be in a position to bounce back in the event that there's some natural disaster like a hurricane or a storm or a freak storm. Because that freak storm did more damage to us in the north than even the hurricane that came 2 weeks later. So, and I remember that night, and that was a freak storm in the truest sense of the word. But these events, these natural events, and you see how they could disrupt communities in terms of water, and you need water. You can survive without internet, even though some younger people may think that they can't. But you need water. You need it. And at the national level, I know that the government would have gone into the areas that were most water scarce, depressed areas, and they would have installed a number of tanks and pumps, infrastructure, so that persons would be able to get water after the passage of any of these systems and the pipes were off. But what we realized that even because we are threatened by climate change, because we are, according to the United Nations, at ground zero, we are seriously impacted by climate change. Even before a natural disaster, the extended drought periods, the increased heat, it all has a deleterious effect on our water supply. And that's why we're encouraging persons at the household level to build up their own resilience by installing these systems. And it works, sometimes the pipe goes off in the community, some people don't even know the pipe off. And you can get at least 5 days of water out of depending on the size of the household, out of a 450-gallon tank. And that's why I support the fact that government is now using funds through the Rural and Urban Development Commission, through the Resilience and Regeneration Fund, to fund the expansion of this program, where persons would now have access to $3,000, because it would cost about that to install these things. $3,000 to build out their own resilience at the household level, where they would get a tank, they would get the pump, which are the two major components. But at the same time, I see the opportunity now for a number of people to get employment, because you're going to need a plumber, you're going to need an electrician, you're going to need a mason. Those three. You're going to need a laborer. But these are the things that you're going to need as this program builds up. $5 million that's being provided to help persons and households who would need this type of resilience. It's going to create employment right across the board. It's not just going to be plumbers. The masons have to come and build the base. After the plumber has done the installation of the pipe, then the electrician has to come and connect it to your house, to your electricity system. So there's going to be employment right across the board as a result of this program. So I can see the benefits, not only for the household, because they're going to get the benefit of having access to fresh drinking water, but you're going to see a lot of spin-off in terms of employment being created by people. I hope to see 1 or 2 plumbing companies and plumbing firms pick up, because I think this program will continue and people make money in that sense. Now, I'm going to wrap up here only because I'm cognizant of the time. And just to say that I came into this place, I listened to the presentation, I listened to what was being said, and somewhat expected, not that I expected any bad news, because there was no bad news to expect, but I didn't expect that we would have such an impactful presentation that would brings so many benefits to the small man. Small man. And I'm sorry that I don't have the time to talk about the initiative to paint houses and spruce houses, because that's a big thing, you know, especially in small, poor communities. That's a big thing. I remember years ago, I met a Jamaican lady, and she told me, I don't understand why Bajans don't paint their house. In her mind, not painting your house meant that you didn't take pride in your home. I don't believe that is true. But I know that people, if they could, after they've built the house and they could afford to paint it, would paint it. And this initiative now to provide persons with paint and other and loans to do other repairs to the house, to fix the layer when that dropping off and so on and so forth. It's a major boost for people in poor communities to raise their spirits. So things like that mean a lot. It's not about figures, it's not about the macros, the micros, the small man. The layman in the village, in Belplain housing area, in Dingstown housing area, down in Haynesville. All these places that when your neighbor house look nice, your house can look nice too. These things mean a lot to people. So those are things in this budget that I like. Those are things that I pulled out because those are things I wanted to speak on. Because those things mean a lot to small people, to poor people in this country. And those are the people that I represent along with the IRS. But I love my people. And I want to say I commend this budget. It's been a good budget. And Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. John.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, I want to say that I rise with gratitude to all of those persons within the constituency of St. John. And I'm hoping by the end of my presentation to show how this budget will benefit and impact on the constituency of St. John. After witnessing Forrest Gump 2.0, I felt it necessary to respond to some of the things that I heard coming from him. At this point, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to take this opportunity as well to offer my deepest sympathy to Jack Bavell's family, who passed this week. I know that he was instrumental in sports at a big level in terms of football and basketball, because I remember coaching baseliners for him in the late 90s at some point in time. So I want to offer my sympathy to his family. Madam Deputy Speaker, the opposition leader asks about KPIs, key performance indicators coming from my ministry in relation to what he said were good initiatives, but he wanted KPIs. And I will share some of them with him this morning. But one of the things that he would have said when I was in the well was that government don't form clubs. And I want to share with him that for this financial year, 22 clubs were started under my ministry. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you in this place to members of the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment for their commitment to furthering and advancing the lives of the young people who are our target population. And as minister, as every single minister in here, you always want more from your team. But I'm satisfied that during this financial year, that they would have produced at a level that I can stand here proud and share some of the KPIs that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition requested. And if I look at some of the things that came out of the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, and I will start there. The creation of 22 new businesses under that particular program. And I mean, he would want to say as well that government don't create new businesses, but the evidence is there. The delivery of business solutions to 125 young entrepreneurs. He asks for KPIs, he will get KPIs. We assisted 10 businesses with some technical assistance during the financial year. We provided specialized marketing consultancy for 21 businesses during the financial year. Mr. Speaker, there's a project called Moving On that seeks to provide a basket of deliverables for those young folks who are going into secondary school. This year, 25 schools were targeted, and we were able to impact 1,241 students from that program. One of the things that I want to say at this point in time, Ms. Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the honourable member forgot that I was working at the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment for the 10 years that the Democratic Labour Party was ruling the roost, so to speak. And I'm going to say here this morning that in those 10 years, there were 3 national projects that came from the Democratic Labour Party. One, the David Thompson Community Football Program. 2, road tennis at Silver Hill. And 3, there was a national catering program. Sorry, I don't want to mislead the House. There was a national catering program that was attached, or they attached the summer camps to it. Those are the 3 programs that came under the Democratic Labour Party. It is interesting that I was at Laugh It Off on Saturday, and just like how we have the televisions, they ran a clip, and the leader of the opposition should go, because one of the clips, he said every single thing in Barbados can be attributed to 3 letters, DLP, at Laugh It Off. And this was on a platform for the Barbados Labour Party. Madam Speaker, he said that one of his big rants was the fact that we are putting up mini stadia, and he should really Google what mini stadia is, because it's clearly not what he would have identified. But I am not sure when is the last time he passed through Dover, because from my memory, and I got confirmation to make sure that my memory was correct, Dover is fenced. But I have never heard him agitating to remove the fence at Dover. But that is in his constituency, but I'm not sure if he's aware of that. So I stand corrected as far as that is concerned. I'm not sure if he's aware. KPIs. Our cultural training program, 358 young individuals across this island were impacted by our cultural program that seek to do training at community level for those persons who are involved in the process. Madam Deputy Speaker, 33 community projects were implemented this year under the Youth Development Program by the officers that were there. The Community Sports Program, I'm not sure, again, who's advising the honourable member, but his information in relation to sports is so flawed. At community level, our Community Sports Program, 668 individuals are registered to participate in that particular program for this financial year. I move further. Our Employabilities Program, 776 all told were involved or impacted by that initiative from the ministry. Our I Am conference saw 523 persons, and it is growing and growing. I expect next year that it will be even bigger than that, because I think we have outgrown the facility at LESC. HIV/AIDS Project and Life Skill, 4,068 individuals were impacted through that initiative within the ministry. He's asking for KPIs, and I will give them to him. technical and vocational training. And this is under the Barbados Youth Advanced Score. And if I go through the KPIs for this, I'll be here way longer than my allotted time. But 246 persons, or 70% of the trainees, have received certification for those persons who are enrolled at the Barbados Youth Advanced Score. And only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, it hurt a little bit, but in a good way, that I was here, but there was a graduation, a passing out parade for cohort 7. 132 youngsters completed the program, 75 males and 57 females. My KPIs continue because I think the public should know what is happening within the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment. And I believe that we need to promote a little more in terms of what is happening. The SAT programs, this is a program that provides an opportunity for those student athletes who are going to the US to study, to source that particular training free of cost. And we have had 63 students complete that particular program at this point in time. Madam Deputy Speaker, I turn now to what may be considered the big one. The Block Transformation Unit, the Block Committee, Project Dawn. And it is interesting to know that in 2008, the Democratic Labour Party discontinued Project Oasis because they felt at the point in time that it was giving whackers and lawnmowers to men on the blocks who, as soon as we move, were selling these pieces of equipment. And they discontinued that program and they called the new program Youth Mainstreaming. And they move it from that and then they call it the Next Step Training. And the reality is that no one was going to the blocks from 2008 to 2018 to engage with those particular youngsters who were liming on the block, so to speak. In 2023, the Block Committee was reconstituted, and if I may say, with Marcus Stevens leading the program, now there's Shane Haynes and Hassani Newton to make up a 3-member Block Committee that is impacting the lives of so many people across this country that in terms of KPIs, it is absolutely mind-boggling. Over 6,000 persons were engaged over the period of time from that particular committee. But I go further in relation to this program because there's a story to be told in relation to what is happening within the ranks of that particular demographic. There's a story to be told in terms of what is happening within the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment. And no amount of frog logic that is coming from Forrest Gump will derail the KPIs that I've outlined and impact on what is happening within the ministry. We have started under the Block Transformation Unit 41 new businesses from men who never had any kind of ideation about starting their own business. 17 businesses in relation to farming were started. What we have done is to provide technical assistance, i.e. we have paid lease money for lands. We have purchased implements for those youngsters who are involved in the farming to ensure that success is married to whatever it is that they're interested in getting involved in as far as the farming is concerned. Madam Speaker, we had a graduation in January under this particular initiative at Alara Court. We graduated more persons in January than the whole amount of time that the Democratic Labour Party was in office from 2008 to 2018. And this is over 200, 250 plus that were involved in the process. To date, they would have visited in excess of 170 blocks across this country. A true labor of love to bring about change. And their mantra is that they're building Barbados today, block by block. The focus is to expand the program even further in relation to how we can facilitate the needs of our youngsters who are on the blocks. Those individuals who, in some cases, need a second chance. In some cases, it is the first chance for them. And those in this room who would have gone to the graduation would have heard some of the testimonies that are coming from individuals. And we have not just stopped at the target group for the ministry, which is 9 to 29, yes, would extend to 35. But those who were there heard a testimony from a gentleman called George Oliver. And it is a testimony of assistance to an individual who really, really needed a second chance in life to make something of his life. And he grasped that opportunity and is now striving in a way that all of us are satisfied we did the right thing, even though he's outside the scope of our target group. So when the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is ranting and raving in relation to aspects of my ministry and believe that what he's saying is on point, I would say to him that when you juxtapose one single year of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Development in relation to the things that we have achieved to 10 years, it is a situation where the former member from St. Lucie may have been onto something that 1 is greater than 10. It definitely is in relation to what is happening here. And the fact that the team at the ministry is focused on impacting and ensuring that we can advance the cause of young people for 10 barren years. And I've heard on the call-in programs, oh, there's this notion that they keep going back to the 10 years of the Democratic Labour Party government. But you need a yardstick. You need a yardstick in order to show the difference, the chasm that is happening between youth development and sports compared to what happened then. 2 national programs, as I mentioned, Silver Hill and the David Thompson Community Program, and summer camps, which was an add-on to the catering. I know a teacher from St. John who don't even know how to boil an egg, but he was a caterer in the program. Thousands and thousands of dollars wasted that was supposed to go in advancing our young people. And then I'm hearing all of this. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, my apologies. We have now almost completed a volleyball court at the Garfield Sobers complex. There's a 400 track that is soon to be completed at the Garfield Sobers complex. If Parliament was not happening this week, I would be at the location breaking ground for a badminton and squash facility that will start this financial year. Madam Deputy Speaker, what is happening at that ministry that I call the aviation ministry, because we're teaching and providing wings for our young people to fly. So these are some of the things that I wanted to share in relation to the notion coming from him that there are no KPIs to substantiate the programs that are coming from this ministry. So I hope that if he's listening, or his crew is listening to my presentation, that he's now aware of some of the things that are happening. And like I said, he should Google what a mini stadia is, because his notion of a mini stadia is flawed. He mentioned that government should move towards semi-professional or professional sports development on island. And again, Madam Deputy Speaker, his whole thought process is flawed. He said that a Democratic Labour Party government will start academies with a focus on developing professional sports. And I am not sure if in this world or the next, how that is possible. Madam Deputy Speaker, academies are there to develop skill sets. They're not there to do professional sports. The Prime Minister's Cup was successful because the volume of people who were playing football on island. It is a mass-based sport, and therefore it allowed us to do semi-professional. But I want to go, before I close, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the budget and how it will impact my constituency. The heading for the editorial in the Monday's Nation said the budget must better lives. That was the subheading for the editorial. And I want to share now, before I sit, how this budget will impact the lives of individuals within the constituency of St. John. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I offered myself to be the rep for St. John, one of the first things that I realized was that Pool Woods was a jungle, full of grass, full of shrubs. You could not walk through there unless you had maybe 3-foot boots on. And with the Help Association, the synergies, the Minister of Environment indicated that it was possible to convert that particular location to a national park under the Clean and Green initiative that he would have triggered in his ministry. And I'm thankful, and the people of St. John are thankful, because the budget indicated that that particular area will be deemed a national park in the same breath as Botanical Garden and other areas. And I'm grateful. The budget spoke to agriculture in relation to the assistance that is coming. Again, I want to say thank you to the Honourable Member from St. Philip South, who converted St. John, a lot of fallow ground, into now some very, very productive areas, all of Wakefield and the other areas. And I said to him, I needed some land at Wakefield because I had individuals who were interested in farming, and he said yes. And the Prime Minister visited the area, and one of the concerns of those farmers was the fact that water was not readily available. Madam Deputy Speaker, today, water is available to all of the farmers of Project Phoenix at Wakefield, every single one of them. And the budget spoke to the fact that maybe they will benefit, not maybe, they will benefit from the water that will be subsidized going to farmers.
Honourable Member, just make your final comment, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The money that will be provided for low-income households to spruce up will benefit St. John. The community development, that will benefit St. John. The small business support, the grants that are coming to those individuals within the constituency who are engaging in having their own eateries and providing that particular service will benefit. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I take my seat, I want to say that this budget is indeed bettering lives within the constituency of St. John. And as long as I'm in the chair at the Ministry of Youth, my young people will continue to rise. I'm obliged.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. Michael Northwest.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, I rise on behalf of the good people of St. Michael Northwest, who shall benefit in various ways from the financial measures that are set for the new financial year. Ma'am, I rise to give my support and to endorse the budgetary proposals and financial statement 2025 that was delivered by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. Ma'am, I wish to echo the words of Jeremiah 14, verse 14. And the Lord says to me, the prophets are prophesying lies in my name. I did not send them, nor did I command them or speak to them. They are prophesying to you a lying vision, worthless divination, and the deceit of their own minds. Ma'am, I felt like a psychiatrist sitting in a room watching and listening to a patient who was hallucinating and telling lies for over 10 hours in the way the leader of the opposition did in his response to this budget. Ma'am, it is extremely heartbreaking when I saw the member for Christchurch South committed political suicide trying to save what was left of the Democratic Labour Party. After all the hardship that was imposed on poor people and citizens of this country between 2008 and 2018, ma'am, it is extremely heartbreaking to see the member for Christchurch South who has deteriorated mentally, physically, and also emotionally, ma'am, after departing from the home of the Barbados Labour Party government over a year ago. A home and a BLP family, ma'am, who assisted him in his victory in Christchurch South. That's right. And now he wants to act powerful foolish towards his government. The same way the BLP family embraced him and gave him that support and that nod. After losing 2 general elections under the same Democratic Labour Party that he ran back to, ma'am. That's right. Correct. Ma'am, it is more heartbreaking to see the member for Christchurch South who continues to show the signs of a false prophet, who thinks that he can convince the poor people of this country that he is the Messiah to lead the Democratic Labour Party from out of the wilderness. Ma'am, how can the people of Barbados trust the leader of the opposition, ma'am? After the former president and general secretary, out of their goodwill, accepted him back into the bosom of the Democratic Labour Party. And the first thing that the Honourable Member for Christchurch South did was to betray the president and general secretary of that party. If he can betray members of his own political party, can you imagine what he would do to the poor people of this country? If he can betray the good people of Christchurch South, ma'am, when he crossed the floor of Parliament last year. Can you imagine what he would do or what he would cause, the kind of agony that he would cause the taxpayers of this country if he had access to their money? Ma'am, the honorable member for Christchurch South, ma'am, came into this party like a wolf in sheep clothing. Gather what he could gather. And then depart and feel that, that he is God's gift. To the Democratic Labour Party, and he can do a better job than the member of St. Michael North East. Ma'am, this is a man that I could honestly say that do not care nothing about poor people. This is a man that don't even turn up to court when it comes to representing his clients. And yesterday, ma'am, during the member for Christchurch South presentation, his theatrics performance, ma'am, he gave a story about a lady that he saw in the supermarket, and she did not have enough money to pay for all of her goods. And he stated that a man who he knew told him that he only had $120 on his account, and the man withdrew, or partly withdrew, $50 and gave to the woman. But the hurtful thing about it, ma'am, is that if the honorable member for Christchurch South had said that he himself assisted the lady during a time of need, at least that would show the kind of heart that he has towards poor people. But it showed selfishness, ma'am, sorry. It shows selfishness, and it shows that the leader of the opposition do not care nothing about nobody but himself. And every time, ma'am, the opposition leader opened his mouth, he always attacking the good member for Christchurch, for St. Michael Northeast. He always attacking the member for St. Michael Northeast, ma'am, in ways that give the impression that the opposition leader would like to walk in the footsteps of the godly Prime Minister. He is always attacking the Prime Minister, ma'am, and the cost of her travel expenses. Like if the Prime Minister goes on pleasure trips using the taxpayers' money of Barbados, ma'am. Ma'am, that is far from the truth. The opposition leader should tell the people how many pleasure trips he took traveling to Dubai, like Dubai Millie. These are things that he should tell the people. If it wasn't for the Prime Minister, man, traveling overseas on official business and to champion the cause for climate change and for Barbados to be recognized in the international world, man, can the opposition leader tell us what other way it can be done? If it wasn't for the Prime Minister, man, traveling overseas to build relationships between Barbados and countries like South Africa and other countries across the world, man, when it comes to business and trade, can the opposition leader tell us what other way it can be done? Ma'am, One of the things that also hurts me most, ma'am, is the fact that every time he opens his mouth, he sounds like a state record, repeating the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. He attacked the Prime Minister about the creation of regathering. Ma'am, and this regathering, ma'am, have benefited a lot of poor people, vendors across this country, ma'am. And he don't talk about the colleague that he have in his camp that does keep more events and garden parties. Who the man there know? He's called the Burger Boy. He's called him. What's his name? Burger Boy? Yeah? Yeah? Keep more events in his camp, ma'am. More events and parties and garden parties than the Barbados Labour Party ever did. He don't talk about them things. And he always attacking the Prime Minister about the number of consultants that this government has. But if it wasn't for the consultants to put together the regathering, if it wasn't for the consultants to put together the Prime Minister Football Cup, I would like to know from the member of Christchurch South what suggestions he has and what other way the Prime Minister will be able to get the work done if she don't employ consultants to help do the work. These are the things that I would like the member for Christchurch South to tell the people of Barbados, ma'am. And they can't see the signs, ma'am. I can't see the signs. And, you know, he behave in a way like he would like to be the clone of the Honourable member for St. Michael Northeast. And if he want to be Prime Minister clone, he just need to walk like her, talk like her. He could grow his hair like her. Or he could join the LGBTQ community and he could dress like her and wear scarves around his neck like her if you want to be the clone of the Prime Minister. And they don't understand. The Honourable member for Christchurch South should be glad to see the kind of benefits that were mentioned in the budget that will benefit the special needs community, the disabled community, ma'am. These are the things that he should be proud about. Things that did not happen under the former Democratic Labour Party government, things that are happening presently under the Barbados Labour Party government. Ma'am, before I have children and adults within my constituency, ma'am, who has challenges in various ways, ma'am, and these grants that were mentioned in the budget, ma'am, will benefit some of those children and grown adults who have disabilities, ma'am. These are the things that the Honourable member for Christchurch South should be pleased about. These are the things that he should be speaking about instead of coming and criticizing and not bringing any solutions to the table. I think that he should remain in his seat or no, just keep out of Parliament. Ma'am, I am pleased about the grants. And like I said, ma'am, these are grants that will benefit some of my constituents, ma'am, that will be provided by my government and my caring Prime Minister, ma'am. And not only that, I am pleased that under the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, that there will be a residential treatment facility that will benefit those children with special needs, ma'am. And these are the things that I'm pleased about, ma'am. And to add to that, additional facilities that will be provided for care and attention for those children with special needs who are most deserving, ma'am, of these facilities. Ma'am, I remember in 2010, when the Democratic Labour Party freeze the poor people wages. And the leader of the opposition should be pleased to know that all minimum wage workers will receive a 2% increase. And this is an increase, ma'am, that I know will help make a difference in the lives of those workers. And he will want to attack this government and want to make the public think that this government does not care nothing about poor people, ma'am. And the evidence is here, ma'am. The evidence is here. Right? Ma'am, I also want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude and thanks to the chairman, the director, and the staff of the Urban Development Commission for all of the new houses that were built for the poor people within my constituency, ma'am, who I proudly represent. And the reason that I need to express my gratitude publicly, ma'am, is because I know under the Democratic Labour Party that a lot of people were suffering in terms of living conditions, and people who continue to live before we came into office in substandard conditions now under the Barbados Labour Party have benefited, ma'am, through the Urban Development Commission in having new homes. And I trust that in the new financial year, ma'am, that more families within my constituency lives will be touched and their living conditions will be improved under the Urban Development Commission, ma'am. And I am pleased that in the budget, that the Urban Development Commission, ma'am, will have access funding for poor people to install water tanks to their homes, unlike the Democratic Labour Party, ma'am, who rented water tanks for $100,000 a month from a certain construction company that cost the taxpayers over $7.2 million a year, ma'am. And these are the things that the opposition leader should be pleased about, ma'am, to see that this government came into office and this government, ma'am, is really making a difference in the lives of poor people, right? Ma'am, I will conclude, ma'am. And I will say, ma'am, that I fully support this budget, ma'am, and I know that this budget will benefit the lives of poor people. And I'm also asking that this government, too, will also protect the interests of those poor people, ma'am, against any further, or any increase, I should say, in light and power rates. And I'm asking the good minister over energy to really fight against poor people, ma'am, when it comes to any increase in electricity rates in this country. And I will conclude, ma'am, by saying, for I know the plans that I have for you, says the Lord. That's right. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future, ma'am. And I fully support this budget of 2025, ma'am, to 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for the City.
Thank you very much, ma'am. From the outset, thank you very much, ma'am. From the outset, let me rise and thank Almighty God, for without him, I could not be standing here this morning. Also, I would like to thank the good people of the city of Bridgetown, because without them, I would not be standing here either this morning. Ma'am, I want to take this time also to thank all those who would have reached out to me in the last few weeks and offered their prayers and their support. And I want to genuinely say it from the bottom of my heart that I have bottled that support. It has fermented, and I want to pour it back out now and tell the people of Barbados, I love you. Ma'am, at the outstart, I want to say it is easy to stand in a time like this with hate, bitterness, and despair. But I choose love, peace, and hope. It is easy to stand in chambers like these also and feel despondent and tempted to throw mud. But that is not what I was sent here to do. The people in the city of Bridgetown sent me in here to make their lives better and to make the lives of Barbadians better, and that is what I intend to do, ma'am. I have always been told, coming up, it is okay to be poor, but you must not look poor, smell poor, or behave poor. That's right. Always remember that is what I've been told. And I have lived by the mantra that have kept me through the last few decades. And that is about how can I do for persons what I would want done for me. I have lived by the mantra that someone, somewhere, sometime, somehow must do something to make the lives better of people around us. Ma'am, I ended this debate to offer my support to this year's budget, proposals and financial statement 2025-2026. And I want to reflect on it, and I want to dub it a budget of contrast. A budget of contrast. And why do I say a contrast? They say that Barbadians have short memories. So I want to remind Barbadians that it used to be a period of time when you hear about budget, you're nervous. You're squeezing in your belly and you're squeezing in all kind of other things. What they coming with? They got this mysterious briefcase that somebody looking to steal because they got taxes in there. Wax, palats, brugger down, backs, cut, and contrive. Budgets is where you're looking at. Tighten your belt. Want to remember them times? That's right. Want to remember them times they tell you tighten your belt to your belly button, won't touch your spine? That's right. Year after year after year. And then they will pause. And you will have a little glory budget. And you used to call it an election budget, man. You know, election coming, a little something giveaway. But budgets used to be about a time when you're wondering about what they're coming to tax next. Right. But what we've seen is a government and an administration that has changed the philosophy of budgets and budgetary proposals to about how can we creatively put people at the center, raise revenue in a way that we can expand on the development of our people, our nation, and our generations. Ma'am, a few years ago, someone asked me, what is the difference between a politician and a statesman? And I said I didn't know, because I didn't know. But they told me that a politician is interested in the next election, while a statesman is interested in the next generation. I can tell you that this administration is full of statesmen and stateswomen. But don't just pound for that, for pounding for it, because you must reflect and understand the measures put in here under the resilience measures. It's not just a buzzword. You see it reflected in the actions, in the legislations, in the projects and the programs. Measures put in place that will benefit this society, not just next year, not just 2 years when you go to a poll, but 5, 15, 20, 25 years. Look at all the measures through agriculture, through industry, through environment. Every single ministry, when you look in every nook and cranny, corner and crevice, all you seeing is measures for the next generation. Look, let me, as a colleague to my right, say, listen, time to get down to brass tacks. I didn't know something about that. I getting down to brass tacks now. And again, down to brass tacks, ma'am, I want to applaud the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance, the Honourable Member for Christchurch, Essential, like all of my colleagues, I join you all. But not to jump on a bandwagon, because my heart was swollen with pride listening to him. And yesterday, I got goosebumps and a tear settled in my eyes when the Prime Minister of this chamber said to him, "You now ready to carry the mantle of full Minister of Finance." The member from the other side accused me of being a crier, and I don't run from it. I cry. He said, cry for my people. Well, I cry for my people every day, and I will continue to cry for my people. And I have a couple words for him later on. Anyhow, let me continue. This is a budget that places people at the center, as I said, ma'am. It ensures that every citizen, from the youngest child to the eldest individual, feels cared for, feels empowered and financially secure. That is what this budget is about. This budget takes us towards inclusive, equal, sustainable, and a resilient society. Not just words, as I said, as you examine all of the measures that I will talk about and the ones that I do not have time to talk about. Ma'am, what I like about it too, I'm somebody that believes in connecting the dots. And the dots have been well connected throughout this budget, through our projects and programs. You see the resilience, you see the growth, you see the improving of the well-being of Bajans, and you see us touching on what affects them most, the cost of living. How do I put bread and butter on my table? All of these issues have been aptly addressed in this budget. It also builds on Mission Barbados. Y'all remember Mission Barbados when we went up May Day at that beautiful botanical gardens, the latest national park in Barbados? Y'all remember when we went up there and signed a document called Mission Barbados? It talks about Mission 1, climate resilience, check. Social cohesion, check. Food and water security, check. Public health and safety, check. Worker empowerment, well, don't get me started there. Check, and you will get a check every year, increasing the minimum wage. And about digital inclusion. Ma'am, I stand here today as the humble representative of the city of Bridgetown, and I don't forget that. I am a man dedicated to empowering the residents of the city of Bridgetown and also revitalizing our capital with its essence in history, heritage, and culture. Within the many new developments on the horizon, we talk about 6 hotels, but that has nothing to do with the dozens of other capital projects in this country. And it is because of these 2 projects, I know that we are well on the way of me achieving both of those things with this administration and with a whole of nation approach. The development of the people and the development of the nation. Ma'am, my residents have been long calling for communal and green spaces, better lighting, security, roadworks, housing, employment opportunities, and accessibility for all. Additionally, the issues of garbage disposal, drains, and homelessness has told me that we need to pay a little bit more attention to these things. But these are challenges that we can tackle. Not only as a government, though, we tackle it together as a society. And that is where I commend my team in the office, my team in the branch, for coming together with a project called Magic Brush. And it reflects very much about that community cleanup project. I'm not going to say the member from Essential, Christchurch, Essential, steal my idea. I wouldn't do that in here, ma'am. I wouldn't accuse the gully gentleman. But I am glad because not only that constituency, but this entire country needs to be cleaned up. There's a certain sense of pride that you carry with having around you kept in a particular way. So people may see these things as soft issues, but these things have deep psychological effect on how we grow and how we develop as human beings. Ma'am, I want to commend the commencement of the key capital works projects, the Pierhead project and Hayat Ziva. And the way I want to do so is because these projects, I can say, I am confident when I say, as particularly the Pierhead project, I've had the pleasure of being able to meet with the developers on that project. And I can say what intrigues me with those meetings is their demonstration of ethical, moral, and historical values in terms of the construction and in keeping the historical and heritage components, let me put it that way, of that project, to the part where they've gone beyond backward to store a lot of the equipment, to store a lot of the material, to ensure that the heritage is maintained, and our UNESCO stamp is maintained. And I want to commend them for that. I want to talk about the fact that those two combined projects put an investment of over $280 million in the city of Bridgetown and in this country. Just those two projects, you know, ma'am, just those two projects, promising about 1,600 jobs during construction and an estimated 2,000 jobs after. Putting money directly in the pockets of families, hopes in the hearts, and empowerment into their future, ma'am. And I remember the member from the other side accused me of crying and for 1,200 jobs. I called them disciples because they want to give jobs to poor people in this country. But as I said, I will continue to cry for my people. I cry for my people every day. And I will continue to cry for them until this government, and as I work with this government, because what we have been doing is drying those tears to ensure their development. Ma'am, this government's commitment to resilience is also evidenced in the Resilience and Regeneration Fund. And because my time is short, I want to advise all Barbadians, and particularly my residents. I have an app called CityLinks, spelled with a Z. Go and download it. I can put the information there, because I can't go through all now. I have a channel. If you have my channel, reach out to me. Reach out to me, everything else, reach out to me, get on the channel. Go on IG, Corey A. Lane, L-A-N-E. I put the information there. So because everybody don't got time to listen, ma'am, but you could go back there, the information is there. But there's certain things I want to highlight in my short time that I want you all to pay attention to that I think will directly benefit you and the constituency. But ma'am, I want to touch on this resilience fund, and I really want to thank the government for coming up with the Resilience and Reintegration Unit. My constituency have benefited tremendously from that unit. Because ma'am, do we want to sit in here, shut our eyes, and imagine for the businesses and individuals of this society, more catastrophes like Hurricane Beryl, Hurricane Elsa, another volcanic ash fallout. How about another COVID-19? Anybody want another one of those? Or what about my May 5th multi-street fire that affected Wellington Street, Cormier Street, Oxley Street, Cypress Street? 21 houses in the area, 19 damage, 1 insured. And that resilience unit have been able to take us through those perilous times. So when you see the investment in these things, it is not just talk, it is not just words, it is actions, and it makes the difference between people having a shelter over their heads, clothes on their backs, and being able to maneuver to suit. Mama, move along. I want the members to look at the Resilience Fund and how it moves the threshold of persons within households and individuals being able to access the grants. I want them to go on and look at the water resilience and how they can access water tanks, so that when the water out, you don't have to call your MP in a panic. You can flick a switch and let the pump start to do some work. I put information there, the agriculture measures, the climate resilience, vertical farming in particular, I wanted to spend some time on. But as time gallop along, I have to gallop along too, ma'am. So that when there are no more turns in this presentation, that I would have delivered to the public what I really wanted to deliver to the public. I wanted to pay attention to the water rates. Now, people feel that city people don't farm, but I have some farmers up by the Honourable member in St. Lucie, and they have already called and expressed glee at this moving from 180 a cubic meter to $1 the cubic meter, $1. So the fee is very good about that. So there are lots of things there that I want us to pay attention to and take full advantage of. I've been working with the Sanitation Service Authority and the Bridgetown Task Force with the Barbados Association dealing with commerce and the private sector and so on. And we've submitted a draft for a cabinet paper, been submitted for consideration, because I don't know if honorable members know, that paper is not just a constituency paper. I see that as a national paper, because if you didn't know before, I can tell you 44% of the solid waste generated in this country is generated in the city of Bridgetown. 44%. So we've already met with them to see how we can get smaller vehicles for narrow streets, compactors, secure the disposal facilities, and so on. And we're hoping that the Ministry of Environment, under my friend, the Minister of Environment, can look at that paper and we can bring it to some fruition. Ma'am, I don't have to be shy about it. I've already written to the Speaker and gotten permission to call a few names. And I really want to take this opportunity to thank Miss Sabrina Carbing from the Reed Street Depot, Mr. Nichols from the Sanitation Service Authority, and Mr. Neville Greenwich from BTI, the city manager. 3 people pivotal in ensuring that we can manage the solid waste of the country. I can move on to drainage. We are working on that. I can move on to housing. And I want to thank the honorable member for St. George South. I don't know what time he gets to sleep, but people don't understand how hard-working minister he is. We've already been able to benefit from Solaris and Arlene Court in White Park Road. And on behalf of the members of the city of Bridgetown, I want to say thank you, honorable member. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have a lot more work to do. Last year, this time, my statistics in the office showed we had about 418 requests. They're now telling me it's 457. So the rate of increase has slowed down, but the number is still big. So we've gone a long way, but we have a mighty long way to go. Now, as I speed along, I really want to close on this, ma'am. I see I have about 4 minutes here. I can time myself. Ma'am, I can't take my seat without just saying these few words on this matter of national import. I stand here, honorable members, profoundly disappointed in a senior member of this parliament, the member from the other side, who I would like to ask him, why, at the end of the day, this government has put effort into crime prevention, the National Crime Prevention Program and the National Peace Program. And I believe the program that's been trying to be effective and been active, why is it so unjustly vilified? Can nothing good come from Nazareth, Chapman Lane, Black Rock, or the Point? Well, many may expect me to quote W.E. Du Bois, a great sociologist, historian, Pan-Africanist, and civil rights activist. I prefer to quote Kristen Cole acting, played by Michel Du Bois, in the British sitcom 1982 to 1992, Allo, Allo. I would like the leader of the opposition to listen carefully, because I will say this only once. Now, he makes a lot of absurd accusations and innuendo in here, insinuations. And because he may hear silence, and he may not be able to defend everything because of national security, he may believe that the silence is consent, that the silence is agreement. But we are a responsible government, and we cannot respond to him in the way we would like to respond. But I like to say to him that let his heart not be troubled. What is his solution? What is his alternatives? He leads a party that ripped away Project Oasis from this country, take away university education, and come in here and criticize a government that seeks to lift up these same people out of their sin, but let he without sin. Thank you very much. We've had some workable solutions, and not mine alone. Could the collective brain power of people like Sir Roy Marshall, Sir David Simmons with the Green Paper on crime, Professor Corin Bailey, criminologist Kurt Allen, Cheryl Willoughby, and Kim Ramsey, senior lecturer Alana Griffith, and most importantly, the people that took part in all the consultations over the years. That is where that program came from. I want the honorable member to know that and understand that. I want the people to understand why crime is important. And I'm sorry that my time ran out because I have a lot more to say on that, but another time will come. So let me just say what I believe is the important part, and that is that I am happy that the program was able to use the Chicago Pride model in 2023, and we've been able to see the progress, and people could go and check the progress for themselves. I would like to say as far back as the 1990s, I have said that the late 1990s, the youth parliament, I said spending money up front saves your money on the back end. In other words, right, at the time they show us statistics, every dollar spent on prevention meant that you didn't have to spend $10 in exclusive reactive policing and incarceration. And I underline exclusive. Because the member would like you to feel that we're trying out lock and liquor. Lock and liquor still in there. What we are saying is not only lock and liquor. That we can't just crime fight, we got to crime prevent. I didn't want the member, I wonder if it's misinformation or disinformation. Misinformation is when you misunderstand something. Disinformation is when you purposely distort. But I have to close, ma'am. I know before you tell me take my seat. And what is fortuitous, I must say this. I was shocked when the Honourable Prime Minister said that she engaged the Honourable Member on the education. Because I engaged the Honourable Member on crime. I said to him, the member before that you want to kick out, I was able to share with him some of the information so that when you criticize based on facts. So it set up a meeting with a crime thing, and I would check in with my authorities and see if we could share the information. And week after week, we say, yeah. So I don't understand. And I did not even know the Prime Minister's belief is that education and crime, and I believe health as well, because we got things like COVID together, we got to work together. And the Prime Minister ain't just saying so, because my first official event with the Prime Minister was I, as feature speaker, will live up with her on a bipartisan move with the late Honourable David Thompson, where they came together and said we're working together on HIV. They sat at the same table to say that we are not going partisan on health. And I believe that health, education, crime should not be a political matter. Ma'am, I can close with these words, because I see you pulling your mic close. So I can close on these matters. I leave you with these words. I am peace, but when I speak, they are for war. Psalms 127. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. John 14:27. Blessed are the peacemakers, they will be called the children of God. Matthew 15. Ma'am, in closing, I want to say to the Honourable Member for St. Michael South that I pass the baton now to him, and he has my full support. The baton is a little dirty, but both of us come up with parents that are best friends, we're best friends, working as conductress. We have pit toilets, we know what it is to wash your hands, so clean up that baton, wash your hands, no retreat, no surrender, fight them in the valleys, fight them in the hills, and we will win this war against crime. Run on, course correct and continue. Someone, somewhere, sometimes, somehow, man must do something to make this world a better place. May it be all of us. May it be all of us. And remember, let no obstacle be greater than the cause. Ma'am, I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member for St. Michael West.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a great honor to stand here in this honorable chamber and speak to these budgetary proposals. But first and foremost, I want to thank the constituents of St. Michael West, whom I humbly represent in these hallowed halls. Ma'am, unlike the honorable opposition leader, I will not stand here and ramble, bluff, stall, pompous set, and wander aimlessly like a ship heading for shipwreck. Ma'am, like most, I could not believe my ears when he repeated the story of the chickens in the neighborhood. Y'all heard that? Let me tell you a little bit about that. Ma'am, the honorable member ventured into Hinesbury looking for yard fowls to support him, but only saw fowl cocks. They weren't interested in him either. Ma'am, as the Honorable Prime Minister said last night, we have all contrasted his speech, which was full of innuendo, like the honourable member from the city of Bridgetown just said, and unprovable facts. We sound sober. We give our real observations on where we need to go as a country, backed by these solid budgetary proposals, solid as a rock. Madam Deputy Speaker, currently the foreign reserves stand at 34 billion, which is about 34 weeks of cover, if I'd be so corrected, with strong sovereign debt ratings of B+ from Fitch, B from the S&P. We lowered the debt to GDP ratios from 158 to 101. Madam Deputy Speaker, these things matter.
That's right. Yeah.
I can tell you this firsthand. As a third-generation city businessman, anchored by the struggle of my great-grandmother, who came to Bridgetown in 1919 with my grandfather in tow. Now, under the last administration, we had to suffer the indignity of not being able to pay our bills. We had to send photos of the bank account to our suppliers overseas. They say, look, we got money, we just can't change it. So you can't tell me that foreign reserves don't matter. It matters, ma'am. It matters because with a stable economy in tow, we were able to confidently restore the government's economic contribution to students at UE, continuing the enfranchisement of our young people. If it did not matter, as the honourable member who preceded me for the city of Bridgetown just said, would we be able to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic adequately? In fact, when I speak to my constituents subsequent to that, they say, boss, you can imagine if the last administration was in, and I'm sure we've all heard this before, we would have died. This is all time. It does matter. If they did not matter, would we be able to respond as a government to the rapid assembly line of natural disasters? We could all call them by heart now. Freak storm, ashfall, Elsa, Beryl. Who knows what's to come after? We were able to adequately respond to thousands of homeowners and businesses with recovery. If it did not matter, how could we execute the groundbreaking and innovative debt for nature swap, allowing us the fiscal space to pay for the construction of the South Coast sewage plant? Let us not forget the sewage in the streets under the watch of the boys in the band. If it did not matter, would we have been able to offer salary increases to the public sector? We heard the commitment by the honourable member from Christchurch East Central to the Republic of Barbados to lower economic bracket workers, to increase the minimum wage by 2% annually, to put the framework in with review, cognizant of the increasing cost of living. Ma'am? Ma'am, it is the height of cognitive dissonance, intellectual dishonesty to say that foreign reserves don't matter, that we got too much. You would tell the average man on the street that he got too much money in bank account, that don't save for a rainy day. How could you say that? And to hear from an esteemed gentleman who had the responsibility of heading one of the most important, or the most important financial institution in this country previously said that we have too much reserves. Well, members, I am sure that if that gentleman had the foreign reserves that we had, he would have his feet on the table, smoking a cigar, drinking some brandy, celebrating. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's all right to say that the economic indicators are fine, and our stewardship has been good there. But what we need to do as a government is make sure that these tremendous gains translate to the economic well-being of the citizens of this country. Hence, the emphasis in the estimates on investments in the skills economy. This is something that I fully endorse. As a former wireless engineer, I subscribe 100% to the inclusion of new skills in technology into the curriculum, both in the vocational and non-vocational institutions. Skills in AI, cybersecurity, coding, and I would include things like social media marketing. We all are aware of the young people who are given tremendous contributions to large corporations in this country by increasing their bottom line, by taking over their social media accounts and marketing. We need more companies to trust in these young people, invest in them. Let us break the mold by investing in tenure and mixing some young talent, some youthful potential, Madam Speaker. Government can equally be in the forefront by utilizing more young people in these emerging skills in our own ministries and agencies. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have already started by employing a lot of young people to digitize our national slave records. And with their acquired skills, we have seconded them to also digitize other agencies. Just imagine if we can employ young people with skills in cybersecurity to do the same in our agencies. Madam Deputy Speaker, we heard in the budgetary proposal about the 6 hotels, 6 large major hotels. The Honourable Member from the City of Bridgetown alluded to them, and the tremendous boon it will have to the economy. So we also need to make sure that the skills economy includes the old school skills as well. Plumbers, carpenters, masons. We do not want our young people to miss the opportunity to be taken along in this economic boom. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to be here and to comment on these budgetary proposals to say that we are investing in our families. This is important in the crime fight as well. Crime prevention and alleviation is rooting in the strengthening of the family, ma'am, as you would know. So I'm therefore pleased to hear of the increase in the maternity leave for 2 weeks from 12 to 14 weeks, and also the introduction of statutory paternity leave for men. This is groundbreaking, ma'am. And on a personal note, my mother has been afflicted with multiple sclerosis. I also have a sister with autism. Therefore, I commend the investment and implementation in last year's budget, as said by the Honourable Prime Minister last night, in the special needs grant, and also the inclusion of these afflictions. And in this year's budget, the inclusion of additional vulnerable people who are blind, deaf, and mute. Ma'am, this is the government that also passed the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Bill and the Child Protection Bill. This government cares about our vulnerable population, ma'am. Madam Deputy Speaker, in regard to our national wellness, I support the inclusion of more healthy commodities in the basket of goods. The scourge of non-communicable diseases in this country needs to be wrestled to the ground. We need as many weapons in our arsenal as possible. Against this backdrop, we therefore need to secure more healthy agricultural products from CARICOM, CARIFORUM, South America, and all our other trading partners. And this is against the backdrop of tremendous uncertainty provided by the current trade war. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm cognizant of my time. And in closing, I stand here proud to be associated with this budget, ma'am. I'm beyond proud of the honorable member from Christchurch East Central. At our days at the University of Waterford, he was known to us simply as Shabba. In cadets and in 4 Form and 5C. Ma'am, I stand here equally proud of this government, proud of this party, proud of the focus to bolster the opportunities of vendors, the commitment to small business through persons through legislation such as the Vendors Bill. And in this budget, the concessions given to restaurants to be able to import their equipment duty-free. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is economic enfranchisement in action. Ma'am, I am proud of the focus on transforming the fortunes of our young people through enhancement of skills and financial literacy. I am proud of our effort to provide greater standards of health care by purchasing a new CT scanner, by purchasing a linear accelerator. This is very important, especially since our Black women are more prone to invasive breast cancer. I am proud that we are investing in the health, wealth, and enfranchisement of both our women and our youth. Madam Deputy Speaker, in this current era of global uncertainty, with the realignment of the post-World War II foreign relations in the developed world, both politically and economically, as a small island developing state, we need to be steadfast and united in our policies and our stewardship, both here and overseas. I believe that this budget will introduce the much needed resilience for our country and for our families, ma'am. I am confident that we have the right team, the right budgetary proposals, the right vision, and Madam Deputy Speaker, the right leadership in our Prime Minister. This is not an easy journey, ma'am. But with the resilience of our foreparents, our ancestors, we will survive them and thrive, realizing the promise of a great nation on that journey from 1966 as an independent nation to a republic, ever upward and onward. Madam, I'm obliged to you.
Okay. Can we make Nigel? He's in. Honourable member for St. George North is joining us. St. George South is, no. St. George North is joining us at this time by Zoom. Honourable member for St. George, please go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam, I am not physically in the Honourable chamber today, but there was no way that I could miss an opportunity to contribute and stand in full support of the budgetary proposals and financial statements as presented on Monday. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is my view that the measures presented were not just solid, but they're people-centered, worker-focused, and a true reflection of this government's commitment to a journey toward building a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive future for our citizens, despite the difficulties which inherited back in 2018. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you for accommodating my contribution via Zoom. As I welcome the opportunity, I do so humble and eternally grateful to the people who have given me the mandate to represent on their behalf. I speak on my beloved constituency in St. George North, and I also speak on behalf of the constituency of the Barbados Workers Union. In both cases, Madam Deputy Speaker, working people and their families in very decisive manner gave me the mandate to pursue their interests, and I accepted. I have not, and I will not depart from what the people mandated to me. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I crave your indulgence because you see, I am fairly simple when it comes to the English language. I am no Shakespearean. My English is normal English from sources like Brainy Quote on Google. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, on Tuesday, I was in a time zone where I am now, 5 hours ahead, struggling to stay awake through the first part of what would turn out to be 10 hours of a rambling and exhausting presentation. To be honest, Madam, the presentation gave me more jet lag than the hours that I took to fly from Barbados to Geneva. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I struggled to stay awake though, I came across a quote from Brainy Quote attributed to Jerome Cady, which says, "It is a wise man who knows where courage ends and stupidity begins." That quote struck me because what we were all witnessing at the time was a presentation so committed to opposing for the sake of opposition that it ended up being void of substance and failing in what should have been the objective of showing people a better way. Madam Deputy Speaker, in keeping faith with my mandates, I don't have to fancy myself as an external critic whose role simply is to oppose. I accepted the invitation to offer myself to represent in this Parliament because I didn't only want to see change, but I wanted to be an active part of the change that I wanted to see. That did not render me powerless, as some may still say, but I wish to suggest, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it placed me in a better position to stay true to the mission that I accepted as a young girl entering the Barbados Workers Union back in 2004, a mission to improve the well-being not of some, but of all Barbadians. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have been proud, therefore, during what is now just a little over 4 years as an MP, that I have been able to use my voice to influence in a very positive way a party empowered toward better identifying with and speaking to the struggles and aspirations of everyday Barbadians. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I am not infallible. This party in government is not infallible. And even when we still drop the ball, as a team, we're able to pick it back up, decide how we are going to course correct, and we keep moving forward. That is important. Madam Deputy Speaker, So I'm glad. I'm glad that I did not decide to sit outside of decision making where I can truly influence change, to stand or to sit where I can only make noise to oppose for the sake of opposing, offer no real constructive suggestion to carry this country and its people forward, and instead reduce myself to blabbering for hours as an empty vessel. Permit me, therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say through you to the constituents of St. George North and to the constituents of the Barbados Workers Union and to a predecessor General Secretary who encouraged me to accept the responsibility of serving in Parliament. Permit me to say thank you and to express with absolute clarity to those mentioned and to the rest of Barbados that I have no regrets. On Monday, as the budgetary measures were announced, I was reminded of exactly why I made the decision that I did. I had been reminded several occasions before, but yet again I was reminded. And even although, Madam Deputy Speaker, sometimes it gets rough, I was able to remember why I must not jump ship and why I must continue to do the will of those who sent me. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that, like me, you have been hearing some whispers, some calling this an election budget. Perhaps that is because our history has been one that where there has not been significant increases to the tax burden, it appears to be synonymous with election around the corner. But the same was felt last year, if we remember. Following last year's budget, some people were saying, we'll probably soon come in with the election, yeah. So speculators at some point really though should start to realize that this government is focused. This government is focused on winning, yes, but winning for people and pursuing the objectives of Mission Barbados. Winning an election will come, and we know how to do that. Not once, but twice in very emphatic and outstanding manner. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is my view that the measures presented recognize that Barbados is built on the backs of working people who often have to wake up before the sun rises and who are returning home after, sometimes long after it sets. That it is workers who power this economy, Madam Deputy Speaker, who serve in our hotels, who teach our children, who ensure that there's water flow, who ensure that there is electricity coming to our homes, who ensure that they keep this country moving forward. They keep our streets safe. When I think about the police and the defense force. Yet for too long, Madam Deputy Speaker, for too long, workers have been asked to carry the brunt of economic adjustment. That is why, for me, this budget, building on the budget last year, is a very useful one and a very timely one, marking progress in many important areas. Let's start with the hotel workers. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, Barbados prides itself on being a tourism powerhouse. Our beaches, our warmth, our culture, all of it draws visitors from around the world. But when we communicate with these visitors and ask them what they love about Barbados most, what makes Barbados special to them, They say very often, it is our people. It is the hotel workers who greet them with a smile. It is the staff at our restaurants, at our bars, who serve them with pride, who sacrifice time with their own families to make every single visitor coming to our island feel at home. But Madam Deputy Speaker, for years, it is these very workers that have been mistreated. Not all, but many. Many would recall that very recently there was a fight for, among other things, the provision of meals to hotel workers. Long established by collective agreement, where it was established that tourism establishments, hotel establishments, falling under the BHTA BW agreement were to provide meals to workers who typically get only half an hour for lunch, while most other workers in industries across Barbados know about the lunch hour. A departure from the provision of meals within hotels to the workers led to an allowance in lieu of meals to hotel workers. But this had the unintended effect, by the time taxes came out of it, resulting either in a net loss to income or, at best, a marginal increase to income that could not cover the cost of meals. And that is why the workers' representatives, the Barbados Workers Union, fought to fix it. So that hoteliers now must find another reason. They must find other arguments. Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, during the last round of negotiations, the BHTA actually presented figures to show hotel workers that the application of an increase in the meal allowance would undermine them financially and should therefore not be pursued. We therefore welcome the measure, which now ensures tax-free meal allowance to hotel workers for up to $150 per week. This is more than just a policy change. This is about respect. Respect for workers who keep the tourism sector alive. Respect for workers who serve this country with pride. But Madam Deputy Speaker, while we are indeed heartened at the reports and projections of the many investments that will be coming to this country and the potential for jobs not only in the hotel sector but across other sectors, I wish to highlight at this point that we are not so enamored with the prospect of job creation in itself as we are about the creation of decent quality jobs. The government will be held accountable for monitoring, therefore, to ensure that investments coming into this country are matched by decent work, decent hours, decent wages, to ensure that the principle of sufficiency is maintained, where benefits are not only felt to be enough because somebody thinks that they're enough, but they're enough because it meets the needs of the ordinary working man and woman, allowing them to live. So even as we pass legislation relating to labor contracts and labor concessions, I reiterate the call now for effective monitoring and enforcement of these pieces of legislation and indeed of all pieces of labor legislation. Madam Deputy Speaker, this does not just apply to workers in the hotel sector, but to all workers across Barbados. For those who earn a minimum wage, this budget delivers. For those who are demanding better working conditions, this budget delivers. For those who have been calling for fairer treatment better benefits, and policies that reflect the reality of their lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget delivers because a worker's dignity should never be left up for negotiation. This budget reaffirms the commitment of this government to protecting the dignity of workers and the dignity of people. Not only because, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a tax allowance for trade union membership, and of course, I'm happy about that. It is certainly a welcome. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I refer to all the progressive measures that have been outlined. Permit me to turn to the expansion of maternity leave by 2 weeks and the introduction of paternity leave. These are monumental steps forward for working families in Barbados. Madam Deputy Speaker, while it certainly feels weird to be standing here making a presentation by Zoom, not feeling the energy from my comrades in the chamber, from other honorable members in the chamber, not knowing if people are shifting at me or applauding at all. This speech, I made this address from within the walls of the International Labour Organization, where I am here, joined by my Minister of Labour today, to attend governing body meetings in Geneva. Indeed, it is within these very walls where conventions relating to working time and the employment of women are negotiated. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am therefore pleased. I am pleased that we announce measures related to maternity leave, that our maternity leave will finally come in closer conformity to the Maternity Protection Convention under Article 4 of Convention 183 on maternity protection, which, when applied, entitles a mother to maternity leave of not less than 14 weeks. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I know you know what I'm about to talk about. This one was deeply personal for me, because I well remember when I had to drop my daughter off on the first day of daycare when she turned exactly 14 weeks. Madam Deputy Speaker, 14 weeks is still barely enough because one has not yet even fully adjusted to the reality of motherhood. I remember walking down the steps of Paradox that morning, my heart sitting high in my chest, my lip trembling, my eyes stinging, trying to convince myself that my little baby was going to be all right. But it was not okay. And I know that I'm not alone in that experience. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the reality of so many working mothers across Barbados is that their bodies have barely had time to heal. They have barely had time to bond with their newborn, to adjust to the overwhelming, beautiful, emotional, exhausting experience of new motherhood. Yet they are forced to leave their newborn babies behind in the care of others. Madam Deputy Speaker, the only thing that saved me from completely breaking that morning, if I'm to be honest, is a work stoppage at the Barbados Water Authority at Burmiston. But there are not many mothers that have a distraction to get them over that very emotional experience of leaving their child behind. Not every mother gets a distraction from the heartbreak. Some mothers walk back to work with tears fresh on their faces or find themselves in cars and so on, trying to freshen up so that people can see that they had been crying. So 2 extra weeks may not seem like much to some. And the truth is, no matter how much time is given, it will never be enough. But when you have a newborn, every single day matters, because every single day represents the possibility of new firsts and a lifetime of Miss First, a lifetime of bonding time that one misses out on in those special moments can never be reclaimed. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the first time in our history, we have paternity leave being introduced. 3 weeks for fathers, recognizing that raising a child, Madam Deputy, is not just the responsibility of a mother, but of a father. Fathers are also partners in caregiving.
Honourable Member, I hate to interrupt you.
Parenting, and partners in shaping the future.
Honourable Member, I hate to interrupt you, but will you try to conclude, please, in the interest of time? And you're going fine. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, please.
Madam Speaker, I am proud to be part of a government that is advancing toward a modern progressive approach that guarantees fathers the times to be present with their partners and to bond with their babies. But I equally want to commend the Barbados Workers Union in this respect for its very effective canvass for this legislation, as it did with the maternity leave legislation, by demonstrating that if it could introduce it into enough collective agreements, that legislation would follow. And I'm sure that those of us in the Honourable Chamber will join with me in congratulating the Barbados Workers Union in this regard. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, even as I support these measures, I most definitely do not regard it as a full stop. We recognize that we must go further for breastfeeding articles in the legislation, that we must go further to introduce similar protection for parents who wish to adopt, and that we must accelerate action towards paternity leave. But the journey continues. And as the journey continues, permit me to turn to wages. Permit me to talk a bit about fairness, and I crave your indulgence. We continue to hear complaints about cost of living, and we therefore welcome the responsibility that this government has demonstrated in extending the cap on freight costs for calculating customs duties, in extending the provision for VAT on gasoline and diesel to be capped, the VAT reduction on electricity that will be extended to March 31st next year, the zero rating from VAT on goods including feminine hygiene products, the tax exemption, the increase to pensioners to $50,000 from income year 2025, and the minimum wage 2% per annum that is to accompany the threshold set by the Minimum Wage Board. The Minister of Labour qualified it, and I want to reiterate it, that 2% adjustment in the minimum wage has nothing to do with the work that the Minimum Wage Board must still carry out. But permit me to say something, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minimum Wage Board cannot and must not do to people at the lower wage and what has been done for the last 4 years where it failed to meet and make a decision. This must not be the pattern going forward. Let's not forget who fought for that minimum wage anyhow, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am confident that the fight towards a living wage will therefore continue. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Barbados Labour Party government has already proven that it is not afraid to fight for workers. And as long as I'm associated, that will hold true. The 300 Solidarity Award, I just want to speak for that just for 1 minute, Madam Deputy. I crave your indulgence. To those who pour in that amount, I would wish to suggest that the main value in that $300 is not to be observed in the quantum, but it is the principle that a government has brought to its administration. Share the burden, share the bounty. It must be recognized that it will not solve financial issues or challenges, but will it help a mother buy groceries? Will it help a pensioner access medication? Will it help a young person to assist with transportation costs? In each case, it is yes. And let's face it, if this amount was $1,000 or $2,000, it still might not be thought to be enough. But I had a beautiful experience last night when a friend of mine called me and asked me whether that $300 is transferable. He said, Tony, suppose 100 of us can pool our $300 together and do something, buy food or do something for people who are less fortunate. And that is exactly the value of the solidarity allowance that was received, not the $300. It is the kind of society that we want in Barbados on the mission to, the principle of social cohesion, where we can work towards the Barbados that we want to see, the better Barbados, where we understand that our fate as a people is linked. And if we help that person up who is not as capable as we are to support our own, that we are indeed building a better society. And that is the principle. As I close, Madam Speaker, I suggest that this is the difference between leadership and lip service. And that is why I stand proudly with this government today in this budget. A budget that does not just deliver for workers, but delivers for every single sector in this country. Permit me just for 1 minute to address the people of St. George North through you. And I want to for the people of Christchurch South too, because they didn't get this benefit, certainly not Tuesday and early yesterday. This budget is a budget for farmers. Farmers who wake up early to work the land. It's a budget for young professionals. It's a budget for working mothers and fathers, for pensioners. It's a budget for entrepreneurs who set kitchens all around this country to sell food. And in the financial statements, we find the capacity that this government has to deliver on the housing solutions it committed to and the road infrastructure. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a budget for every single Barbadian. In closing, in this house, some of us are given to poetry and quotes. So I close extracting from a Marcus Garvey quote. I quote, "Government is not infallible. It is a centralized authority for expressing the will of the people. Before you have a government, you must have the people. Without the people, there can be no government." And I want that to simmer. I want that to settle in our minds and understand what it is saying. I urge my colleagues in this government to continue to focus, therefore, on the will of the people that was unanimously expressed not once, but twice. We will continue to pursue the will of the people, even when the people themselves sometimes turn against us. If nothing else, the pain of sitting through 10 hours of listening to a sounding brass or tinkling cymbal should remind us of what we have not come here to do. Madam Deputy Speaker, I therefore urge us to keep focused. I urge us to keep focused because the journey continues. I support this budget. I support it not being a perfect budget, but I support it being a workers' budget, a people's budget, a solid statement of intent, a whole of Barbados budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm obliged to you for the extra 2 minutes.
You're most welcome, ma'am. Honourable Member, thank you very much. God's blessings on you and your team. Honourable Member for St. Philip North, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Thanks for the opportunity to lend my voice to the budgetary proposal and of course not only my voice but my support to it. The entire budget is important to me, but because of the interest, for the interest of time, I would narrow it down to a few topics that resonated probably more with me. Before I really begin, I want to congratulate the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. It was an excellent delivery of the budget. And I could not agree with the Prime Minister more in terms of his promotion to a higher role. Personally, I would like to offer the Attorney General my condolences on the passing of his brother on behalf of my family as well. My constituents, like myself and all of us in here, have heard the budget, and it has caused many of them to be talking, to be thinking, and of course to be thanking. And I want to begin where my previous colleague, the Honourable Member for St. George North, left off with the maternity and paternity leave. She basically said it all, but I want to add that it is most appreciated. And I think the measures have long been coming. They're needed every day, almost every day. I meet parents, especially mothers, who are aggrieved by the fact of going back to work. And it's not only going back to work at 3 months, but some of them have been forced to take maternity leave from 6 weeks before actually delivering the baby, which means they have 6 weeks, only 6 weeks after, to get themselves in order, to make sure the baby is weaned onto the bottle, if it's not possible to store baby milk, to make sure a nursery is in place. And for new mothers, this is oftentimes when we see the tears. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, of which I'm speaking, the tears, they're worrying about basically who the baby is going to stay with after they go back to work. And then the fathers, and a lot of people wouldn't believe it, in many institutions where the birthing centers, whether it be Queen Elizabeth Hospital, Bayview, and the others, one or two of them, well, mainly one, the hospital, is not always possible for the father to be present in the delivery room. And in my mind, that's, apart from prenatal, this is the time when the bonding at this stage is extremely important, the first hours to the first days and weeks of life. Many fathers do not get the opportunity to cut the cord. Many fathers do not get the opportunity to place baby on a bare chest to start the bonding procedure. Okay. Many fathers, when they leave the hospital, it's time for work. And they miss the first few weeks of life for that child. The mother also misses the father because, and this is probably jokingly, they want somebody to blame for the agony. And they feel you should stay home and do half of the work. But this is the kind of things that fathers have been missing out on over the last few years in Barbados, and I more than welcome the opportunity for them to be at home. And I want to put a plug here. It's not a plug, it's a negative plug. I have had instances where women have been forced, and this is in particular one banking institution. Once they know that the female is pregnant, they decide on the date that this mother-to-be is to be confined. So oftentimes it's actually 6 weeks before delivery, which means a mother has a very, very, very short time to basically acclimatize to a new life outside of her body. And I think at some point we need to relook this, or look at it, I should say, not relook. Look at this and make it so that the mother has the choice between herself and the doctors on when she should be confined. This is something that has been a bugbear for me. And a lot of the times, in this new generation, we have a lot of grandmothers that are 40 years old, 50 years old, and are still at work. So it's not like you have the opportunity to leave your child with somebody you trust. It means, like the Honourable Member for St. George North, that you now have to give up your child to a stranger, a child that cannot speak. I refuse to put mine into a nursery unless she could speak, for fear that something will happen that I was unaware. So you have that part there now, that this innate anxiety, you can't function at work. I was lucky in that I packed mine up and had her beside me at 6 weeks at work. My sister put hers in a bassinet and took her to work. And this is one of the things I spoke of before, where, and I think we need to begin as a government, make provisions for quote-unquote housing for newborns and children at the workplace for these mothers that have to, is really needed. And I think we would look good as a government to be the first to start it, if not the second. The other area is breastfeeding facilities, not facilities, areas being provided at work so that mothers can store the milk and stay at WHO already put it out there, breast is best, breast milk till I think is 2 years old. And in reality, this is very hard for mothers to breastfeed in our environment, in any environment ready for 2 years old. But it is my hope in the future, and I don't want to aggravate the honorable member who presented, but I hope at one point we will get to a 16-week maternity leave. That is my wish. I will speak about baby formula at some point in another part of my speech. The other thing that I would like to see is, especially since COVID, flexi time for mothers, where you can plan your day. If daddy's at home, you can be at work, things like that. Although COVID came, we have not been adjusting to the flexi time concept. And I saw a mother as a constituent, not as a patient, the other day, that was begging for another job because she works the hotel sector. And all supervisors are not always lenient. She has to work nights, shift system, and it is really taking a toll on her and her child. She has a disabled grandmother, so you can only imagine the angst that she has from day to day. I move on, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to, on behalf of my constituents, thank them. It's a constituency where we rely a lot on farming for the decrease in the water rates from, what is it, $1.80 to $1. I'm told it was previously around 60 cents or so. But whatever we can get, we appreciate it. We can understand that farmers have been bearing the brunt of costs for seeds, costs of fertilizer, which I think has decreased, larceny to deal with, having to contend with monkeys. I defended them not so long ago. I'm not defending them anymore. Got me now. I listen attentively. And we move on. I listen attentively to the comments on the hotels that are being reopened and those that are being built. And I join with you in congratulating our government for putting that in place. However, I am praying and hoping that we do not see another COVID, because we all know it's in recent memory what COVID did to the hotel sector and tourism. I sincerely hope that we could continue on the path and improve tourism, the arrivals, and so on. But I will encourage that we be steadfast and put plans in place to build out other sectors post-haste, so that we can put a buffer in place in case the tourism sector has to fall again, God forbid. Are we, and I think I heard the honorable member for Christchurch East Central, do we have proper plans in place for training of staff? He said already that the hotels will hold maybe 300, 350, most of them. Plans in place for training, HR, waitresses, nurses, believe it or not, doctors are part of it. Have we built out the hospital enough to hold the capacity? This is one of my worries. Have we built it out enough to hold the capacity for arrivals like that into all these new hotels? And I want to comment on something that has been, let me make sure I have it right. Not yet. I put it here, and over the 10 hours of speeching from the honorable member for the leader of the opposition, if it's nothing else that I gained other than how not to lose my voice in 10 hours, was that my job is to represent my constituency. And sometimes as a mother, and that is not a disrespectful term, as a mother of your constituency, the mother bear comes out in order to protect said constituents. I want, and this is something that has been burning me for a little bit. Yes, we have the hotels. And yes, the honorable member for Christchurch East Central also said, this beach is mine, or something to that effect. Say again? This beach belonged to me, which is equivalent to this beach is mine. And while we do still have beach access, one of the things that has been bugging me since I have been forced to move where I recreate in terms of beaches, because we all know with climate change, the beaches that I attend, 5 minutes Madam Speaker, that is less than 10 minutes. Anyway, I will hurry up. I had to move from St. Philip Beach because a lot of them are now eroded into Bay Street. Yes, there was access. I was about to enter the beach. I met a lady with a foreign accent telling me I can buy chairs, I can rent chairs, which I did, and I'll tell you why in a minute. I walked onto the beach, and almost the entire area of the beach was covered with rented beach chairs, tourists in them, and there's hardly a spot, and Barbadians are a shy group, that Barbadians can sit on the beach, and it is such an intimidating sight. You see a row of several beach chairs, and there's no space for you. I always wonder if I sit between one, what will happen? I think we need to look at that because Bajans, although we can get on the beach, deserve a space on the beach for our children and to recreate. And this is something that has been bothering me. The other part I am concerned about, it might be a little too late now, is the windows to the sea. Once upon a time, and I know more about the South Coast and West Coast in terms of travel, I could pass the South Coast area after a long day at work at the hospital, for instance, and I can eyeball a blue sea, blue horizon, right far from on waves crashing on the shore as I drove along the South Coast. I miss it. And that was something that was so peaceful for after a stressful day. I miss it. And I'm wondering going forward, as I said, it might be too late, but this is looking through the retrospective scope now. If the hotels could be put on the other side of the road so that we can still have the pleasure. And I know tourists come here for the sea and the sun and the beaches. And I think it's a great loss to us as a nation, as a people that live here, that we can no longer see that. I move on to health quickly, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am impressed with the 20% excise tax on salty snacks, following on especially from the increase in tax for these sugar-sweetened beverages. I am glad, of course, with the addition of the zero tax, the items that were mentioned. I'm a little confused about the sausages, as we were trying to get away from highly processed foods, so I think that needs to be looked at. And people, as I said, are listening and talking and thinking. I heard about the ground beef, but I think that has to be, I think it's important for us to let people know that we're not putting it there that you eat beef every day. At the same time, we still need to worry about cholesterol and the little trans fat it has in it. It has its benefits, but I think we need to buffer some of these things with information. Indeed, the current list is extensive. Fruits, I spoke to a supermarket owner last night, and he's gracious enough, and I congratulate him on telling me that there's no VAT on his fruits, ever, none of them. And I'm happy about that. I'm wondering why, and please correct me if I'm wrong, why canned fruits and vegetables, or canned and frozen vegetables are not zero rated. It has been proven that frozen vegetables could be just as nutritious as fresh vegetables, and I think that needs a relook. Baby milk, yes, is zero rated, but I took time, I was late for Parliament, looking into the supermarkets to really confirm the prices of some of this baby formula. The cheapest ones for 12 ounces is like $28. For 32 ounce, one of them is like $85. These prices are still very high despite the zero. I think we need to look at that. And I have an idea out of the box. You could laugh at it if you like, but we have been moved to a drug formulary where we rely on a lot of cheaper, and I say cheaper, not necessarily inferior, cheaper generic products, and that means we have to have a saving there. I'm thinking, why can't we do something as a government? And I can't say drug formulary, but to have baby milk on a scheme like that where we can actually supplement the costs. Every mother cannot breastfeed all the time for various reasons. We need to do a little more. We're doing a lot, but I think we need to do a little more. Where's the front of package labeling that I know was approved? The reformulation, we had discussions when I was in health. Where's the promotion or more promotion for local products? We took away the salty and the sweet, but where's the promotion for local products, manufacturing, agriculture? Cancer is also an NCD. I had the displeasure in the last 6 months to witness 3 of my patients, all men, dying from 2 prostate, 1 pancreatic. One of them, we tried to get an appointment at the hospital, and he had the appointment about 6 weeks after his funeral. It was difficult. Referring is difficult. I understand the shorter staff, and every year we come into estimates saying the staff that we will get, but it's hard to actually see it. And I had the displeasure in here yesterday when another patient called to say he had just been diagnosed with prostate cancer. We need to do something about the follow-up for patients. I heard about the linear accelerator that was supposed to come in December, and now I hear it's coming in May. I am praying to God that it comes. There's a saying, I'm trying. I want to take up some more of the time that I know officially is allotted to me, where that can be. I hope it comes quickly because patients are dying. I want to get to, and this is from constituent and myself, to the KIPO. A few words on KIPO on behalf of constituents. They're impressed with the reductions in penalties, and all are here listed in me. However, it was brought to my attention, and I have brought this in here before about the filing fees for the annual return. The filing fee is actually $100 to file. And it's shocking when you think the penalty for late filing is $10 a day, 7 days a week, as they say, including Sundays. It's capped at $3,000 per year. So I'm asking why in God's name a penalty of $3,000 is put on something that only costs $100 to file. In other words, a $3,000% more. And many have been disadvantaged with that. And then the waivers are almost impossible. I heard a whisper about something about waivers that the honorable member would do in his wrap-up, and I wait with bated breath. But the waivers have a lot. One of the I think it's Form 35 maybe, and one of the things to fill out, one of the things that you have to commit to is balance of payment survey to the central bank. Any surveys conducted by ministry, I don't know, I think some of these things need to look at again, and that is one. And the last thing I want to bring up, and I can't help it, I have more, but it would be remiss of me, and I have been accused of representing myself here. I have been accused of asking for arbitrary reductions. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I told you before, I was in more shock when I saw my land tax bill, the last 2 land tax bills, and I will not be quiet on it because a lot of my constituents are affected. Up to this morning, my arrears are still there. I am in arrears of, I believe it's $4,000 or something like that. Of course, interest is being added to that, and I am not the only one. I have written letters. I made it my point to have a look at BRA online and their values, efficacy and effectiveness, customer service, empowered staff, values of fairness, nope. As the honorable member said, not checked. Accountability, not checked. Integrity, not checked. Nobody, and you know, before we had the St. Philip Speaks, I got a call from the Revenue Commissioner. Hold steady, Dr. Brown. Give us a chance. The bills are soon out again. I am out of chances. I am frustrated. I am fed up. And it's not only my constituents. Yes, we have Sanford, Ruby. There's also Fair Pilgrim and other areas, as far as I know, with unauthorized gasifications. I have constituents who had asked for waivers, a look-see at the bills. One of them in particular, disabled. Her husband has died. It has gone in since 2021. For God's sake, nobody has got back to her, and interest rates still continue to accumulate. God forbid if something happened to me or my constituents and we were required to sell our properties. Can't happen when arrears are on my bills, and I am fed up. I never get angry in here. I never. But I am so fed up of checking every week online to see if it was adjusted, and it never has, and I am tired. I wrap up now. I can't help but say this is a true wrap up, 30 seconds. I want to congratulate Rule on the fixing of my constituents. At the same time, I'm concerned about the pit toilets that are still outstanding. I had applied for a sidewalk for the St. Mark's School that they don't have to go into traffic to get to the area which they're played. I understand how much years ago, 7 years, it was approved. Invisible as far as I could tell. The wells, we have a number of uncovered wells, and this is rural as well as drainage and so on. There are a lot of uncovered wells. The Honourable Member for St. Philip South was there with me when a gentleman fell into one in Long Bay. Up to now, it's not covered. We're waiting for somebody to die. There are a lot of wells I am finding. My constituency assistant, God bless her, takes the gentleman responsible, rural drainage, whatever, MTW. We mark off the wells. Honourable Member, there have been people who have been thrown into wells. Many have fallen into wells. We need to map the wells. We need to cover the wells. This is important. Very, very, very important. The roads, thank you for the roads I had. I'm hearing about this CAF program, and I'm beginning to believe it's a myth. We have some dire roads in my constituency. Luckily, it's a bit of a drought now, so the nurses from the district hospital don't have to wade through a foot of water to get to their workplace, and we complain at not having nurses when we have nurses that are willing and ready to work and have to wade through water or beg for a drop. The crime, I was told by, this is the last one for sure, I was told by a police officer lately that St. Philip is now a hot spot. Right opposite my old parents, somebody robbed the house. I worry about them every day. I don't have a solution yet, and I often offer solutions. What I can say, and I believe is not all of it, and some of it, is that we need to look at, and I'm not saying we need to look at what the public perceives of the marijuana legislation. There are many people out there that think that it's legal below 14 grams to use marijuana. It is not. But people are walking around. I have been to events from this government where people are freely smoking marijuana. Children are going to school high because their parents smoke marijuana. Honourable Madam Deputy Speaker, we have to be honest with ourselves and have a look at that. Increase the education of the public. I am scared. The patrols need to increase. I think District C, correct me if I'm wrong, has one vehicle for patrol, maybe two. We have the biggest parish in the island. One vehicle. Not good enough. I am scared stiff. Sometimes I might slip up and leave my daughter home for 2 minutes. Not for nothing, no. If I go to the store, she going with me. Ain't happening. I am scared. And we need to start looking at these things where we need to buttress, where we have gone wrong, where we could adjust. Those are the things. Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for the extra few minutes. I really appreciate it, get my point across. I look forward to the sum up. One more thing. The roads going into supers needs to be fixed. That has a bridge, people will fall off, and the members of College Savannah, the Honourable Member for St. John, and Fortescue have been begging for access. They have, well, officially one route in and one route out of these areas. There have been accidents on the road where they can't get out. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I take my seat.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I first came to this honourable chamber, it was 2003. So you can imagine how many times I have stood here and given a response to a budget debate, both from the back bench, from the opposition benches, and from the front bench. And I think also as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to join with what the member for the city of Bridgetown said. And I have to agree that there's a difference between being a politician and a statesman. And I think after those numbers of years that I've spent serving the people of this country, I've come to be able to judge people who could be politicians and who could be statesmen. And let me say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this Barbados Labour Party is full of members who are statesmen and stateswomen. I can definitely say, and I may say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I specifically asked to speak in this position, to be able to anchor the young members of Parliament that have come to serve the people of this country, and every single one of them have provided certainly a presentation that has been with distinction. And in this segment, from the member for St. Andrew to the member for St. John, from the member for St. Michael Northwest to the member for the city of Bridgetown. In this segment, for the member for St. Michael West, the member for St. Philip North, the member for St. George North, all of them, every single one. And I'm proud to say that the Barbados Labour Party for the next generation is in good hands. Now, I can't look to the future without remembering the past. And the gentleman that I replaced in 2003, and forgive me for calling his name, Sir Henry Ford, he served this country, he served this party with distinction. And he will always be remembered as a true statesman of this country. He has given budget replies, not going 10 hours, but giving substance, and budget replies that give impact, that made a government stand up, think, and change position as necessary. And between him and the then member for St. Philip and the then member for St. Thomas, although there were three, they were as strong as the rest on the other side. And they kept Barbados on a stern and steady keel. I can't say the same for the presentation that we had to endure for 10 hours over the last couple of days. Madam Deputy Speaker, a lot of members spoke about the 6 hotels. And let me use this opportunity to salute the members of the Office of Infrastructure and Planning, because it is a lot of their work through the planning department and putting all of the various moving parts together that we were able to get those hotels started in a good and timely fashion. But let me say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is 6, but they got 3 more in the pipeline too. So let me put people on notice that it's not going to be 6 hotels by the end of December of this year. But I anticipate, once everything goes to plan, and I believe that it will, that by December of this year, we will, for the first time in the history of this country, have 9 hotels simultaneously building across this country. And for the avoidance of doubt, so people understand what the others are, the Four Seasons Hotel, where the Four Seasons was, a new hotel by the name of Montage is expected to start construction there very, very shortly. Where Haywood's was, which was another hotel previously, so not all are greenfield sites. A lot are brownfield sites as well, where hotels were before, and we're either renovating or getting new hotels built on sites that already had hotels. Beaches, as you've seen, is going to go there. And then the Banana Boat site on Maxwell Coast Road, a 3rd hotel, Odyssey, is going to go there. But let me say, Madam Deputy Speaker, these hotels will bring over 4,000 jobs to this country. And I heard the honourable member say, oh, these jobs is foreign jobs. So I took it upon myself to call as many of the developers as possible and ask them what percentage of local people are working on their sites. And he got back to me, all of them, and made it clear. At Pierhead, 95% local people on that site, not foreign people. At Indigo, almost finished, already 80% local people on that site, not foreign people. At Pendry, 70% local people on that site. And site after site. At, what was the other one? At Wyndham, yes, we had the Chinese. And yes, they did a good job. But we learned from that. And we recognized that it must be a mix. Do we have to use foreign labor? Yes. Are we getting access for local labor as well? Yes. Because it is a win for all of us. And let me be clear. Let me be pellucidly clear, Madam Deputy Speaker. Governments have all sorts of ways to get money. Governments can raise money by taxes and levies. Governments can borrow money. And we saw from the previous administration, governments can print money too. So governments have all sorts of ways to get money. Show me the government that can print a job. Show me the government that can print a job. No such government. Show me the government that can borrow a job. No such government. So I want everybody to hear and hear me clearly. The most important thing that a government can do is to make sure that its people have jobs. Have jobs. So they can keep their family fed. So they can pay their bills. And so they can see their own way in the country. And so they can have that pride and that dignity to know that they provide for themselves and for their family. And that is why we go after getting these investments, because the investments come with jobs. And let me tell you something as well, Madam Deputy Speaker. When a facility is built, it can't pick up and take off and go nowhere. It cannot pick up and go nowhere. It can't take flight. And it has to continue to operate, and it operates in construction jobs. And then when it is finished, it operates in full-time or part-time or seasonal or whatever. Jobs, 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 jobs. That is why all over the world, people say, oh, what is the employment rate? What is the employment rate of this country? What is the unemployment rate of that country? Because unemployment, or employment by the reverse, is one of the most important statistics that a country must adhere to get its people working. And that is why we do it. And that is exactly the reason, because we know that we can't create jobs. We cannot create 4,000 jobs like our hotel, like our industry. And I meet with people for industries all the time that want to come here, because that is why we do this. I want to go further, Madam Deputy Speaker, because there's a benefit. You know, and I am happy to see in this Parliament that we have embraced technology. And I want to do something that's never been done before in this Parliament. And I have asked the permission of the Speaker and the Clerk of Parliament to do it. And I'm only praying that it works. And it is to use technology with artificial intelligence. And whether we like it or not, this Parliament, as it is embracing technology, we just saw a member who is at the ILO beamed in on a Zoom to be able to give us a presentation. So this Parliament has embraced technology. And with that, I am going to use artificial intelligence, a small bit of it, but artificial intelligence to be able to answer the Honourable Member for Christchurch South about this concept about land and housing for land. And the member for St. George South answered him very well about land and telling them that Barbados was agrarian, and all from the University of the West Indies to West Terrace to Husbands to all of them. Those were housing developments built on agricultural land. And people seem to forget that. But I'm going to use artificial intelligence to be able to explain to him now. And I'm going to do it in this way. Now, first, you have to understand that I'm a numbers person. I have always been a numbers person because everything for me is about numbers. And I am very specific about it. right down to the time that I arrive at places, I am a numbers person. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when you look at the physical development plan, page 37 says that Barbados, and these are numbers given by the Ministry of Agriculture through all of their technical people, that says that 30,000 acres of land are required for Barbados to have in agriculture. So I said 30,000 acres. Hey Siri, what is 30,000 acres in square miles? Hey Siri, what is 30,000 acres in square miles?
30,000 acres is 46.88 square miles.
46.88 square miles. Using artificial intelligence to be able to tell me what is the requirement in square miles for agriculture. So let's call it 50. 50 square miles needed in Barbados for agriculture. However, every Barbadian child knows that Barbados isn't 50 square miles. Barbados is 166 square miles. So that means if I take 50 from 166, that is 116 square miles left after we met all of the requirements for agriculture under the Ministry of Agriculture. But I'm going to go further. I'm going to go further, and I can take out the Scotland District too. The Scotland District is 1/7 of it. Hey Siri, what is 1/7 of 166?
1/7 times 166 is approximately 23.7.
23 square miles. So if I take the 50, and I made it 50, and I take the 23, so we're down to 90-something, 80-something square miles. Okay, that sounds like not a lot, but you know what? We are building 10,000 houses at 6,000 square feet, because the average house spot is 6,000 square feet. 10,000 by, I know it's called something, it's 4,000, but I'm going high. 10,000 by 6,000, well, I know that is 60 million. So 60 million square feet. But how much square miles that is? How much square miles? Anybody know? Let me ask artificial intelligence. Hey Siri, what is 60 million square feet in square miles?
60 million square feet is 2.15 square miles.
Good gosh. Good gosh, Madam Deputy Speaker. So you mean to tell me you got 90 square miles left after you take out all the Scotland District, after you take out all the agriculture, you got 90 square miles left, and 10,000 house spots for the people of Barbados is only 2 of that 90 square miles? You mean to tell me you can't give the people of Barbados 2 square miles? You mean to say 2 square miles out of the 90 you got left after you take out everything for agriculture, after you take out everything from the Scotland District? People need to get it down to the numbers. Yep. People need to get it down to the numbers. And when you understand the numbers, then you understand a few 2 square miles for the people for houses is a small amount in comparison to empowering the people of this country. A small, small number. And I'm sorry, because you cannot refer to members when they're not in their seat. But I would wonder what the honourable member would say if he, and I hope he's listening, because I hope that he would never come back to this debate about how much land coming out of agriculture for houses. And let me tell you, this is not the first time, because I did this to the planning board as well. I did this to the planning board because I explained to the planning board that when we take agriculture, land that is agriculture, which was always agriculture, all of Barbados, and we put housing, it is a small amount in comparison, and we still have the 40 square miles left for agriculture anyway. So don't let it be a problem anymore. Don't let it be a problem anymore. Let it be an opportunity for us to empower the people of this country by getting them houses on a little 2.5 square miles. 2.5 square miles. And I want people to learn and understand that. Very, very important.
Well done, sir.
Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I heard very clearly the honourable member say he has a right to be wrong. I heard him say it multiple times. The honourable member for Christchurch South on multiple occasions has said he has a right to be wrong. Well, as I was about to say, he has fully exercised that right over 10.5 hours. Fully exercised the right. More wrongs came out than right. I don't know. You know, when they speak of another person in the North Atlantic, they normally count the number of untruths. And after a speech, you hear how much untruths or how much fact-checking was done. If we were to fact-check what the honourable member came up with and the innuendo and the suggestions, the fact-checking will be in the negative. For very few facts were checkable, if any at all. But I want, in particular, to focus on one particular part of the budget. And it is something that I put forward. I'm happy I was able to put it forward. And I'm very, very proud that the Ministry of Finance, the member for Christchurch East Central, and the Ministry of Finance and the Minister of Finance took it up and have moved forward with it. And it has to do, it's an interesting matter, it has to do with something very closely related to you and the work that your sister did at the Barbados Mortgage Finance. And it was interesting to me because my office in the early days was actually on the other side of the road of the Barbados Mortgage Finance. So I got to know her very, very well. Because when various things happen, you know, when you have neighbors, some stray dog going to pull out the garbage, whatever, you got to go and pick up the garbage on the other side and so on. Things like that. And we lived very well with your sister who worked at Barbados Mortgage Finance. And you know that Republic got the benefit of Barbados Mortgage Finance. And when I met with the Bankers Association, I would always ask, why are you not doing 100% mortgages? Why are you not doing 100% mortgages? Because if you can do 100% mortgages, people that are paying rent in this country, paying rent, more rent than if it was a mortgage. More rent than if it was a mortgage. So if you could do 100% mortgage, people could take what they're paying as rent and pay as mortgage and still got some money left in the pocket. And you know what all of them would say? Oh, the only body that could do it is Republic, because they have this mortgage insurance act that they put some of the money, pay insurance, and put it into a fund. And I said, well, why are you not doing it? And I called the bank. I don't want to call the names in here because they said I always give them trouble. So I said, bank number 1, why are you doing it? Bank number 3, why are you doing it? Oh, because we don't have access to this. So I went, did the research, and I put it forward. And I know that now that we have embraced that policy, so that every single bank, every single credit union will be able to get that opportunity and offer 100% mortgages. What will that do? That will de-risk the people that don't have the deposit to put down. You know, many, many people have the money to pay the rent every month, $1,200, $1,400, $1,500, whatever, and therefore could pay a mortgage. They could pay a mortgage, but they don't have the 10% deposit. They can't accumulate the 10% deposit because they got the car loan, they got the school fees, they got the electricity bill, the telephone bill, the water bill, the internet bill, and all these things cannot accumulate the deposit, but yet still faithfully paying the rent. So therefore, those are prime people that could benefit from a 100% mortgage. And I want to see in this country, and all of the measures, and the Ministry of Finance went further than even what I was saying, because they even changed the taxable amount to encourage the banks and the credit unions to do 100% mortgages. And I think what we should do is have a register of how much 100% mortgages they have now, what has the benefit of these measures been, to see that we could take it to a larger number of people benefiting from 100% mortgages. Because when we move to build the 10,000 houses on the 2.5 square miles, when we move to do that, then we give people a chance to own a piece of this rock. We give people a chance to empower themselves. We give people the chance to build equity so that they then have something that they could go and take to the bank later on, to borrow on, to be able to add on another bedroom, start a business, support the children, bequeath to the children when they're gone. All of these things, by having that little conveyance through 100% mortgage, through a stroke of a pen by a minister to change and act so that more people could benefit from 100% mortgages. This is a fundamental change, and it has the possibility to change the landscape of a whole nation. A whole nation. You know, I say all the time, when I was an oral surgeon, Madam Deputy Speaker, I could only help those who I could touch, who my hands could touch, because God had given me a skill that I could provide a service to the people of this country. But it was limited to who my hands could touch. But the difference is, in politics, by the stroke of a pen, you can change a whole nation. And this budget, this will change the temperament of a whole nation. This budget is a budget of vision. And let me tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, you know, whenever I go to Solidarity House, and I am a proud union supporter, and as anybody knows, the Barbados Workers' Union and the Barbados Labour Party were one. And when you go into Solidarity House at the Barbados Workers' Union, big on the walls, without vision, the people perish. This Barbados Labour Party has vision. That budget was visionary. The other side, no vision at all. None. No vision. None. And the sad thing about it is, Madam Deputy Speaker, is without vision, the people will perish. So we need to continue the support. We need to continue the good work that we as a party, we as a nation do for this country. We need to continue to look to see how can we take Barbados forward, even if by 1 inch every single day. And that's what we intend to do. We are here to make life better for our people. Be it better in health, be it better in education, be it better in social services, be it better in housing, be it better in business, be it better in all spheres of life. That is why we came to office. And let me tell you, when you go out there and you listen to the people, when you go out there and you listen, Madam Deputy Speaker, every single time, and I'm sure all the members hear it, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. Keep on doing what you're doing. You know, don't mind the detractors. Them God do what them God do, but we with you. I hear it I cannot go to a supermarket. I cannot go to a Lime. I don't go in the rum shops much, but I can't go to any social gathering without somebody coming up and saying, y'all are doing a good job. Continue to do your job. I can finish on this last point. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's been a lot of discussion about developments in Barbados, and in particular developments on the coast. And it cast my mind back to when the Barbados Labour Party under Tom Adams was doing what was then the Industrial Access Highway. When he was doing the Industrial Access Highway, Madam Deputy Speaker, all and sundry came out with you. You remember he was your MP at the time. Everybody and the church mouse came out to say what a bad idea it was. How it was an awful thing. How people would use it to land planes to bring drugs. How it was terrible that people were losing agricultural land. How that they don't understand why you're changing the landscape. How we like to see the greenery of the country. How it would never work. How people would never use it. All sorts of detractors. Sadly and happily, two things happened. Sadly, he reduced it from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. Sadly. Happily, though, he was not detracted and he persevered. Madam Deputy Speaker, where would Barbados be without the ABC Highway today? Where would we be without the vision and the perseverance of that Prime Minister and the Barbados Labour Party that did not waver, that kept focus and kept the promise to the people to build that highway because they could see down the line that it was necessary for the country. In the same way, we were given a mandate to transform this country. We were given that mandate because the people of this country believed in the vision of the Barbados Labour Party. The people of this country believe in the vision of the Prime Minister of Barbados. And we are going to stay true to that vision. We are not going to waver. We are not going to sway. We are going to transform this nation from a backwater and make it the first developed nation of the world in this century. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm obliged.
Thank you. Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today, I must admit, with a heavy heart, having to mourn the loss of a family member. And I want to say condolences to my family in the constituency in Vauxhall on the loss of Dariko sometime yesterday. And also, I want to say condolences as well to the family of Patricia Mapp, who, as I would describe it, was definitely a champion on behalf of our fisher folk. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to raise this red flag today to also say a special thanks to those constituents who showed the resilience and came down to support me on Monday at our budget presentation. I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. I also want to say a special thanks to Mandaman himself, my colleague and brother from Christchurch East Central, who delivered on Monday a budget for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Must I admit, a budget for 365 days of the year. I want to say thanks to the Member of Parliament for Christchurch East Central. Job well done. But coming out of the budget, one word stay frontal in my mind, and that is resilience. And how we are going to build a resilient people and a resilient country. It stood out in my mind, and it took me to the words of the American author and the motivational speaker, David Coggins, when he said, resilience is but a choice. It is choosing to rise above your circumstances, no matter how difficult they are, so that you can become the person you were meant to be. So that you can become the person you were meant to be. The Member of Parliament for Christchurch East Central delivered a budget that every Barbadian could become the person that they were meant to be. That every Barbadian can realize the Barbados dream under a government that, on principle, cares about their interests. And I want to say to the Member of Parliament for Christchurch East Central, you have made every single Barbadian proud. I also want to say, because the word, as I said today for me, is resilience. You saw in the budget about plans as it relates to social resilience. You heard from the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South speak about extending that support for those children in terms of having the NAS support in terms of our non-contributory pension, the equivalent of half of the non-contributory pension for those persons who are mute, those persons who are deaf and blind, those children. We have now extended that. We have made provisions for persons who have everything from disabilities. We have opened up the social network so we can support those persons who adopt children, where they'll be given now $200 a week to help support those families. You've heard about the centers of excellence that we will create for persons who are most challenged, especially those in the twilight of their years, the elderly, social resilience. Then we went across the other sectors. We went to the Ministry of Health, and we said, as a nation, which of course is prone to chronic non-communicable illnesses, and diabetes being at the forefront, that there must be a project in place to provide for podiatry and for care so that persons who are suffering with circulatory type conditions, peripheral vascular disease, etc., can be given the treatment that they deserve. That's what we said as a caring government. We also said that because of the incidence of high blood pressure, that we must now be able to put taxes on salty and salt snacks and those things that are unhealthy, so we can help to control that which is seems to be palatable to some Barbadians. We said it, and we have also increased the basket to provide for additional support in terms of our food. This is a government that cares and understands the importance of resilience in the health sector. We've also said that in terms of our housing stock, because we must have housing resilience, and not only from the truss anchors and the rafter connectors to prevent the destruction of our roofs from the hurricane, we have said as a caring government that we will use what we call a resilience and regeneration fund so we can help open the network to support those persons so that we can help build the infrastructure and help them to rebuild their homes, even in terms of emergencies. That is what we said as a government. Again, resilience with regards to housing. And of course, water resilience. We know full well that we are considered about the 15th most water scarce country in the world. And we have said that each Barbadian must play their part in order for us to have water conservation at the forefront of our climate change efforts and our resilience to our climate change. That is what we have said. So along with having, and you heard the Prime Minister spoke about it last night, the only way we can have those debt for climate and debt for nation swaps is if we engage persons. I said already in this August chamber that the Prime Minister is a true Shirley Chisholm girl. She knows how to show up, she knows how to stand up, and ultimately, she knows how to speak up on behalf of the people of this country so that we can benefit. And when you talk about travel, and this is some euphoria associated with it, the Prime Minister brought the figures. Figures don't lie. $145 million in grants. And grants has nothing to do with the loans that we are now getting through the Bridgetown Initiative at concessionary rates. We are talking about grants, $145 million in grants, and as it compares to travel over a 7-year period of time with the same per diem which has not changed over 20 years, the same per diem at a cost of about $1.3 million or so. Now, unless you are practicing in some far part of St. Lucie, an economic theory called Cameronics, I think that 145 million is greater than 1.3. I think so. And I know that a lot of Barbadians, especially good people from the epicenter and the envelopes of Christchurch, would agree with me. So these are the benefits. But I go back. Water resilience. We have said that as part of our strategy, using the combined efforts of now the new entity, RUDC, Rural, Urban and Development Commission, that we are going to provide the wherewithal so persons can get those water tanks and the facilities, the pumps, etc., at duty-free and VAT-free rates, and that we will make provisions at first for persons who are earning less than $30,000, and then we can expand the network afterwards. That's what we said as part of our resilience plan as a caring and responsible government. That is the resilience as it relates to water. And we know full well as a government the importance of having $120 million free up so that we can have a tertiary level treatment facility where the water can go back to the agriculture belt, building agricultural resilience. So in a circular way, we are creating resilience across all the ministries. And you heard from the Minister of Agriculture himself with the vertical farms and the vertical climate resilient farms that he's creating 20 or so, and using those facilities through the BIDMC to be able to help our farmers in a water-scarce environment where we face the vagaries of climate change on a daily basis. We have had episodes in the past, and I'm sure you're aware of it, where you had one day of extreme heat. Last year, October the 31st, we had heats of temperatures of 34.6 degrees Celsius. A couple of days after, there was flash flooding in certain parts of St. James. And this is the reality that we are faced with the climate crisis. So it's how we build those resilience, not in the agriculture industry as well. But going back to the Ministry of Housing, because we have also said that there will be a fund put in place, a home improvement fund. And this is the innovation from the Member of Parliament of Christchurch Essential. And I want Barbadians to appreciate that which we are doing to transform their lives. We said that there is now going to be a home improvement fund because we believe that I did it song by the Merryman, Beautiful Barbados, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Barbados, must not just be something that is on the lips of Barbadians when they feel that, that they feel specially titillated. It must be who we are as a people. So we have one of the most idyllic songs by an iconic group, the Merry Men. But we are not happy, we are not merry because Barbados, unfortunately, remains sometimes in an ugly state. And what we said as a government, that there must be a new ethos called clean and green. It must be now part of the Barbadian way of life. It must be who we are. It must relate to how we live as a people, and how we grow and how we teach our children to live as a people. We must have beautiful, clean, green spaces. That's what we say. And so the home improvement project that we are going to bring on board is going to provide the homeowners across Barbados using a $5 million fund to be able to improve and paint their homes. But the icing on the cake for me as the Minister of Environment is also to have the home beautification project in terms of our gardens. We started last year the home beautification community garden competition. And I must say to Barbadians that we had over 70 persons participating in that competition. With this new budgetary proposal, we are saying we are going to make it bigger. That we believe that if they have 100,000 households in Barbados, that each and every one of them must be part of this home beautification. That is what we are saying. And the government is going to provide the wherewithal to help you to do just that. That is what we are saying as the government, because Barbados must be clean and beautiful. That is what we have said. And along with that, to incentivize Barbadians, there is a plan afoot to give a national award for those persons whose community homes are the most beautiful, who has the best gardens. These are the things that we are saying as a government. And I want to associate myself wholesomely and holistically to a budget that speaks to improving the health and the physical landscape of this country. I want to say, because it has to dovetail into my ministry and the Ministry of the Environment. I started a project called the Clean and Green Project. I want to report today in this chamber. I see, Madam Deputy Speaker, you are laughing, but those in the toilet of their ears must be clean and pretty too. So I am saying to you that since the inception of this project, we have created 112 clean and green sites across Barbados. 112. Keep it in the concept of cleaning and greening. And I'm sure you got one or two in St. Thomas as well, which is the heart and the soul of the country. You told me that that is the beating system that is put in place that carries the blood throughout the rest of Barbados. That's what you told me. I am saying that 112 clean and green sites across Barbados. And we are happy to associate, because along with that, those clean and green sites, offering recreational spaces for our people. We had Hurricane Elsa. We had as well COVID as we know it. We were under psychological pressure for a number of years. We understand the effects that it would have on the body. We are not machines. I know the Member of Parliament for Christchurch West, he did some AI voting here, but we are not machines. And I am saying that we have to create those green spaces, as we have done as a government, to be able to balance the humors, to provide those launch areas, and to allow Barbadians to have those, as we call psychosocial moments. That is important and essential at this point in time. I am saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have ran across the country, took the baton and ran with it to be able to create green spaces across Barbados, and we will continue to do it. I want to report today that we have planted, when I say we, Barbadians, because I don't want anybody to believe that a government alone will plant 600,000 trees. The Prime Minister said in 2019 that 1 million trees is the target, and that those 1 million trees will do what they're supposed to do in terms of providing that carbon sink to help mitigate. Another resilient measure, because resilience is the way how you mitigate and adapt to the vagaries. You heard about the Bridgestone initiative. You heard about the Roof to Reefs project. All of these things are part of our resilient plan. And I say, in order to improve our carbon sink, this government thus far, along with the people of Barbados, planted over 600,000 trees. Then last I checked, 600,000. And our goal, but we won't stop at 1 million when the project, in terms of when we intend to capture the ideas of Barbados, we won't stop at the 1 million. We will go to 2 million if possible. We will go to 3 million if possible, because the importance of having that green carbon sink must never be underestimated in terms of our fight. We have said, Madam Deputy Chair, that Barbados must become a hub for resilience. We have said it more than once. It is a word that has not gone down well with some certain parts of our society, but we understand the importance of having resilience at the forefront of our climate change. Madam Deputy Chair, I want to say that, and I'm happy to report that coming out of the adversities of Beryl, we recognize, and somebody tell me that, that the benches are painted red. I just want to remind all in earshot that red is the first color on the visual spectrum. And the visual like, spectrum, I see red first. I don't see another color. It was red first, and then the other color that's come after. But in the same Ashby land that the Member of Parliament of Christchurch South thought about, I know that there was a movie night there only a couple days ago, a movie night attended by most of the residents in Ashby land, and I was told, I wasn't there, that the representative was there. I don't know if the MP was there, but I was told that the representative was there. I was told that, and that the people, the children enjoy sitting on and lounging, recreating, enjoying themselves in Ashby land. I was told that. I want to also say, Madam Deputy Chair, that we saw what happened with Hurricane Beryl when it visited us last year on the first day of July. Hurricane Category 1, never seen before, destroyed our fishing industry as we know it. And the first thing we said as a government is that we are going to ensure that there is resilience. I want to report today that we will have now, the word is called Boca, that will be pronounced across the lips and breath of Barbadians. Boca, which is the Barbados Ocean and Coastal Authority. And I want to admit today that that authority was approved for the draft instructions by our cabinet, and we are ready to move because we have said as a government, and you heard it from the words of the Member of Parliament of St. Michael North East herself, that we are going to ensure that we build back, whether there is the green technology or the gray technology, and the mechanisms in place to build our East Coast. We are going to build our South Coast in terms of our oceans and our beaches. We are going to build from north to south, and that we must have a unit that can respond with alacrity to be able to fight the vagaries of climate change and the natural disasters that will seek to destroy if we don't do anything about it in terms of having that resilience, those breakwaters, those groins, those revetment, that built-in technology, and along, because sometimes it's not only the great technology, it is the green technology. Look at whole town and see what has happened when we had that greenscape built to be able to mitigate those floods. I am saying with a unit that is dedicated to do the resilience and put those resilience plans in place, Barbados is in a better place to respond to the vagaries of climate change. I am saying so, and I am happy to associate myself with this unit. So we have Boca. I must admit yesterday, though, that after 10 hours, I would say that you had Toka. You had Toka from the Member of Parliament for Christchurch South, and Toka for me is talk over comedial approach. That's what we had. A talk over comedial approach for over 10 hours. Some people may call it over 40,000 seconds. You may call it that. But we had what I would call a talker. And that talker was presented for over 10 hours that didn't do much to inform Barbadians about resilience, how we are going to build forward better, how we're going to improve the lives of our people, or how we are going to ensure that Barbadians can have the tangible state that they deserve, how they can live the Barbadian dream. I am happy to associate myself with this budget. I want to say to the Member of Parliament of Christchurch East Central, the man who shares the boundary with myself, a job well done. You have been a champion, a hard worker. You have worked tirelessly to ensure that you do your job on behalf of Barbadians. And a lot from the other side can take a leaf out of your book, if they even have the imagination to do so. I, Madam Deputy Speaker, want to finish. I want to finish because there's a lot to say, and I will say it another time. And I recognize that you are looking at your watch, Madam Deputy Chair, and I don't want to upset you in the twilight of your years. I may upset somebody a little younger. So, I want to say to you, strength and resilience, Madam Deputy Speaker. You need strength and resilience. And once you got strength and resilience, you have the first step in order to be able to allow the survival of time. Let us continue to embrace the strength and the resilience given by these budgetary proposals so that the Barbadians, as we know it, can become not the true and firm craftsmen of their own fate. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am obliged. Thank you.
Most welcome. Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. James South, please.
Appreciate the opportunity very much to join this budget and to be able to stand, first of all, to express my thanks to the good people of St. James South. They have given me the privilege and honor of representing them in this House to share on their behalf some of the issues that are of concern to them, to express their gratitude and their thanks, because I cannot go into my constituency knocking on doors or moving around without somebody saying, yes, y'all are doing a good job, keep it up. Don't mind what the others are saying. Y'all are working hard, because the spirit and the feeling among the people is a sense of relief to know that they are in good hands. That is the relief which they share with me, that they speak constantly about, because they know from whence we have come. Now, I also want to express congratulations to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central for doing such a wonderful job, not just in delivering a budget, but in helping to craft the economic strategy and the unfolding of it to allow this country to be rebalanced again and to begin to prosper. And the signs are there that the economic recovery is gradually reaching more and more people in this country. You see it in the increased consumption that we are experiencing in our shops, in our restaurants, our places of recreation. You can see it, Madam Speaker, in the fact that a number of our ecologists who do the nails and the hair and so on and so forth, that you're seeing a recovery there. You're seeing it, Madam Speaker, in the fact that a lot of the stores have been experiencing people coming in to be able to buy appliances that they have not been able to buy for a number of years. You certainly see it in the number of old fridges and old beds that were thrown away in December, because people were able to replace those things with new things, because the economic recovery is gradually reaching in to homes all across this nation. And I can only say a great big thank you to our government, to the people, the civil servants who work, and the people who give leadership to what we have experienced. Now, some of the things that we have been able to do, and Barbados is in a peculiar place in that we are in a moment of time. We have met this moment here between 2018 and 2025, a moment where everything in the country needed renewing, from the sewage system, to the roads, to the schools, to the houses, to the street lighting, to the street signs. I mean, you name it, the airport, the seaport, everything literally needed renewing. And there has been no other government in the history of this country that faced so many things that needed a total overhaul. And the challenge before us was, how are we going to find the resources to make it happen? But I'm happy to announce today, not to announce, to reaffirm what has been announced several times. We have already started the journey, and Barbados is undergoing significant renewal that will help position us to be able to command a better future for our people. But while those things are being put in, there is another side to the country that also we have started to address. And what has been happening? Not only have we been dealing with the physical structures, we have also recognized that there are areas of weakness in education. We have recognized that there are areas of weakness in the level of productivity of Barbadians, in the quality of service, in the performance of our enterprises, and that if Barbados is to be able to command a position in the changing global platforms, economic platforms, that changes have to take place in our people, changes have to take place in our enterprises, and we have to help renew the capacity of Barbadians to be able to function well on a changing global platform. And this is why central to the Barbados budget has been what we are seeking to do in terms of training and education so that we can prepare Barbados to engage a changing platform. And what is really changing across the world? And it's important for Barbadians to understand that it is not business as usual. The World Economic Report for 2025 future jobs has said to us that there are a number of changes that will come to how the entire economic system works, and that countries have a responsibility to transition onto the new platforms if their people are to live in the everyday. And what are some of the things that are changing? That there are major technology changes. And this is bringing to the table the need for us to understand how to use AI, so ably demonstrated by the Honourable Member for Christchurch West. Big data, that we need to look at fintech products and fintech workers who are able to come and produce for us the types of programs that we can change what we are doing in terms of finance, etc. Then there's software specialists. And so new skills are going to be needed because we are going to be changing the way we do our jobs. And that has implications for Barbadians. There are too many Barbadians that feel that the education that they received 10 years ago, 20 years ago, even 5 years ago, is sufficient to sustain them in a job for the future. I'm here to let us know that that is not so. That Barbadians now have to understand that all of us have to engage in continuous learning, and by doing so, we are empowering ourselves to continue to be employable for most of our lives. There's also geo-economic fragmentation. And what does that mean? It means that companies are looking for varying places in which to maximize the conditions for making capital. And so people are relocating their firms, but where are they relocating? They are looking for destinations that have the technology, the infrastructure, the job skills that are necessary in order for them to be able to make use of those factors to assist them in building profit. And therefore, what it means for Barbados is this, that we must ensure that we upskill, reskill, and retool our working population so that we can give the assurance that here in Barbados, you can find the skills that you need to take your business forward. Then there's the greening transition, the new methods for manufacturing, the new methods for transport, the new methods for building, the new methods for agriculture, that this will change forever how we teach people to repair a car. It will change forever how people approach building a home. It will change how we grow our food. It will change how we make goods. And therefore, it is important that we ensure that our people have the skills to be able to meet the jobs of the future. And then there's economic uncertainty, Madam Deputy Speaker, where businesses now realize that when you have conditions changing rapidly around you, it is absolutely vital that you build a workforce that is flexible, agile, creative, and resilient. So if that is the world that is facing us at this point in time, dynamics that are coming to change the way in which we work and change our capacity to be able to create jobs and hold jobs that we can look after our families, what would a responsible government need to do? The World Economic Report, Future Jobs, tells us, in concluding on the information about the changing global events that will affect work, say to us that the demand will be there for 170 million new jobs. 170 new jobs. But at the same time that we have these new and emerging jobs, the report goes on to say that we are going to lose 98 million jobs. And Madam Deputy Speaker, some of those jobs are secretarial jobs, legal clerk jobs, administrators, some accounting, some legal services. That there are a number of services that we are going to lose from out of the economic system because technology is going to quickly replace those, but it will at the same time demand new jobs. So what does a responsible government do in the face of that? You do not want to wake up one day and find that half of your working population are no longer employable. No Barbadian wants to wake up at age 50 and suddenly discover that they can no longer work with their company because they don't have the skills, or that the company has folded because it could not keep up with change, and they still have 10 or 15 years of a mortgage to pay. They do not want to face that type of reality. So what does a government that cares about people, that is spending time and money reshaping the economic fortunes within the country by attracting new investment and so on, how do they prepare their people? And this is where the Ministry of Training and Tertiary Education comes in. Now, people already know that we're progressing with education transformation. And many have asked, why do we need a Ministry of Training and Tertiary Education? Well, here is the answer. While primary and secondary will deal with the future labor force, tertiary and training has to deal with the current workforce. And more importantly than that, it has some work to do to be able to go out there and find the people who were underserved in the previous educational system. And what do I mean by that? That annually, over 2,000 young people would leave school with maybe 1 or 2 CSEC subjects. And those are not enough for them to be able to find the type of employment and to be able to earn the type of income that they consider to be necessary to be able to live the life that they desire for themselves and for their children. So what does that mean? It means, therefore, that this underserved group is going to require us as a caring government to put together important programs that help to reskill them. But before we can reskill them, we have to help develop an interest in retaking their subjects, helping them to want to improve their education, saying to them, we can help you with the challenges that made it difficult for you when you were at primary and secondary. We have a way in which we can help you improve your study skills that you can succeed in Barbados just like anybody else. And this is part of the mission for the Ministry of Training and Tertiary Education, to help a lot of our young people who are now sitting on blocks, sitting under trees, underemployed, frustrated, give them the opportunity to get back on the ladder, help to retrain them, that they can be absorbed into the workforce. Now, why is it that we have to do that in a hurry? I'll tell you why, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have found that the economy has been beginning to pick up. And in this Honourable Chamber, we would have been told, for example, that there's 6 hotels that are going to be built. And our understanding is that for the construction alone, 4,200 people will be needed. But at the end of the day, when those hotels are constructed, we are going to need close to 5,000 people to work in those hotels. Now, how are we going to make sure that we can equip our young people with the necessary skills to do that? At the moment, our tertiary institutions do not have enough capacity to be able to offer all of those students the opportunity to study the skills that will get them the jobs. Every year, BCC, BVTB, SJPI turn away 2,000 children, 2,000 students who apply for tertiary education. And therefore, one of the things that we have been working with at the Ministry of Education under the leadership of the Honourable Member for St. Philip West is how are we going to expand access at SJPI, at BCC, at BVTB, so that we can ensure that every single young person who wants to improve their tertiary skills and to be able to get involved in tech-voc training have that opportunity so that they can move from off of the block to good employment. And so those institutions have been working with the secondary school principals, organizing between themselves how we're going to use the existing school plant in order to ensure that people can come on evenings, on weekends, on vacation, in the vacation time to get the education which they need. And so this is the work that we have been doing in the tertiary space. Now, one of the things that I want to share with you is the elements that I believe are going to be important to us if we are going to build this society. It was mentioned already today, but I mention it again because it's very important for the members of St. James South. I have an aged constituency, thousands of people who are over the age of 50 and 60. And one of the things that would be very important to them, we haven't mentioned it a lot in the debate as yet, is that adjustment to the taxable income, their pensions. One of the things that they have complained bitterly about is the fact that they've worked for this money already, and yet they have to be paying tax on it. And so the response of our government to ensure that little by little we have been easing that demand on their pension so that they have more disposable income, that they can respond to the rising cost of living, is extremely welcome to the people of St. James South, that they now do not pay income tax on $50,000 a year of pension. And I want to express my gratitude for it. In addition, the podiatry project is important to my communities because I have a number of people with diabetes, we have a number of people with problems with their feet, and because of the limited income, it is difficult for them to be able to afford to go to a podiatrist unless it is absolutely urgent. And therefore, that podiatry project is going to be of great assistance to their health and allow them to live out a more normal life. But the one that is sweetest to me is that mortgage insurance program. Why? I have many young people. I have many people who are currently living at home. They're seeking to get their own home. But it has been a challenge. Many of them have left home and gone out renting. And so they seek to do their rent, pay their bills, but they cannot save enough money to get that deposit. And as the Honourable Member for Christchurch West shared, this mortgage insurance program is going to provide them with the opportunity through the credit unions and through the banks who are willing to be able to give them the opportunity to have a 100% mortgage so that they can pay what they normally pay in their rent and can get a home. And I cannot express to you the level of frustration many of them have shared because they have not been able to afford a home. This will make a difference. And one of the things that we are committed to is to take the elements of this budget and share it with the people in St. James South, explaining in detail what is needed. And the last thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I want to share on the budget is this. We invited people to get involved in the energy revolution, and things did not go as planned. We butt up on 2 or 3 major obstacles that sought to prevent the ordinary Barbadian from being able to be a part of the energy revolution and become an asset holder in this country in the way that they wanted to. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this was very disappointing to them, very disappointing to me. I want to congratulate the Ministry of Energy and Business, as well as the Ministry of Finance, for this creative response that they have brought to this budget to try to relieve the people who have stepped out and started to make that investment in renewable energy and then found themselves with the demand to be repaying that loan without being able to earn from those energy projects. That caused a great deal of pain. But because of this provision that is here in this budget, dozens of Barbadians who stepped out and started to take land that they owned, borrowed money to start putting the panels on it, the homeowners who put the PVs on their roofs, found themselves in a scary position where the energy money was not coming in and they still had to look to pay. And at times, some of the banks were not as patient as they needed them to be. But because of this program, this is a game changer. And this is going to turn around the fortunes of this energy project. And as we get access to batteries and battery storage, I am looking forward to the Barbadian public at large getting the opportunity to participate in this energy revolution and be able to be owners in this country and to be able to experience lower light bills because we have been able to come up with creative ways in order to make this energy revolution possible. So, Honourable Madam Deputy Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity that you have given me to be able to share in this honourable chamber. I must say that I have been grieved by the positions taken by the Leader of the Opposition. It represented to me a great failure in how we would have educated him. I really feel disappointed because he shares the same high school as I do, and I'm embarrassed by the fallacies that he brought here and showed the disrespect for the Barbadian people by thinking he could share things that were untrue and put it in the public space and think that Barbadians would swallow it whole. I felt particularly affronted by his attempt to make Barbadians feel that there's no constitution in Barbados and that they are at some kind of risk because the new Republican Constitution has not yet been passed. making people feel that there was some danger. I felt, not that it was unfortunate, I felt it was dishonest. That is the truth. And I was ashamed. I was ashamed. I want the people of Barbados to understand that the Constitution that Barbados had from the beginning of its presence as a country is the one that still is in force today. And that their rights and their protections are fully functional under the old Constitution and will only be improved by the new Constitution when it is settled. And that we are taking our time to fully consult to make sure that that new Republican Constitution reflects the desires and the aspirations of the ordinary Barbadian citizen. And while we are doing that process, they will have lost nothing by our transition into a Republican status because our old Constitution still protects them. So with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I give you thanks and I fully support these budgetary proposals.
Honourable Leader of Government's Business.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that we now suspend for lunch break until 2:35.
Honourable members, those in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber will now be suspended until 2:35 p.m.